Good morning. I'd like to call to order the December 5th Board of Education meeting for Montgomery County. At this time, I'd like to ask board members to announce themselves for a call of the roll.
Pernille Suvarna, student member of the board. Happy to be here this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Julie Yang, District 3.
Good morning, Carla Silvestri.
Good morning, Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good morning, Rita Montoya, at large.
Good morning, Laura Stewart, District 4.
All right, well, thank you very much. We have a quorum. This is an exciting time of year where I get to serve as the board's secretary-treasurer and get to preside over the opening exercises of today's meeting, where we conduct an election for president of the Board of Education. According to board rules, the names of all board members are up for nomination. With all 8 members present, 5 votes are required to elect a president, and since we don't have all 8 members present, a majority of the quorum is required to elect a president. At this time, I'll ask the board staff to distribute ballots for today's election. At this time, I'll ask the board members to make their selection and submit their ballots to board staff. And once they've made those selections, board staff will come around and collect your ballots, record your votes, and then I'll make some announcements. Thank you. Thank you. I'll read the ballots. The first vote is from Ms. Wolf, who selects Ms. Yang for president. The next vote is from Ms. Silvestri, who selects Ms. Yang for president. The next vote is from Ms. Montoya, who selects Ms. Yang for president. The next vote is actually unsigned. We have an unsigned vote. I'll hold that in reserve, and maybe the signed board member will select it. Actually, I think this is Ms. Stewart. You could pass that down to her to sign. Thank you. The next vote is for Ms. Yang for president from Mr. Suvarna. The next vote is from Ms. Yang for Ms. Yang for president. And the last vote, and I can affirm that it's been signed, is from Ms. Stewart, and it is for Ms. Yang for president. At this time, I would like to declare Ms. Yang as the president of the Board of Education. Congratulations on your unanimous selection. Before we move on to the next segment, this is also an opportunity where we would like to recognize and give thanks to our president, who served in the last 2 years as president of the board, and that's Ms. Silvestri. Superintendents have an opportunity to work very closely with board presidents, to attend a lot of meetings together and to get to know one another. You also work very closely with each individual board member and give tremendous service to the community at great sacrifice of your personal and professional time. On behalf of the Board of Education and the staff at MCPS, we'd like to present you with this gift of thanks.
Thank you.
And we'd like to echo our appreciation for your service and your tremendous grace under very strained and challenging times and circumstances. You were an excellent leader for the board, and our community owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you.
And at this time, it is my pleasure to hand over the gavel to our newly elected president, Ms. Yang, if you'll take it from here.
Thank you, everyone. I have a few things to say, but before I do that, I would also like to proceed with the election of the vice president. Can board staff pass out the ballot? All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes collected. The first vote is from Ms. Silvestri, and it's for Grace Rivera Alvin. Second one is from Ms. Stewart, is for Ms. Grace Rivera Alvin. Third vote is from Ms. Montoya, is for Grace Rivera Alvin. Next one is from Mrs. Wolf, is for Grace Rivera Alvin. And we have one from Ms. Suvanna, is for Ms. Grace Rivera Alvin. And the last one is from me, is for Grace Rivera Alvin. So congratulations to board member Grace Rivera Alvin. You will be the next vice president of the Board of Education. At this time, I would like to open the floor for any board member who have comments to share with everyone.
Well, I just want to thank Carla for her service. I know how difficult being president of this board can be, and I thought that I had a rough time with COVID, but you had a rough time with our situation over the last so many months. And I want to say that you exhibited grace under that and leadership, and we are proud to say that you were our president.
Again, just want to echo those sentiments and say thank you.
I also want to thank you, Carla, for welcoming me to the board. I do look forward to working with you as a colleague on the board, and I also want to congratulate Ms. Yang on her presidency, and I look forward to your leadership, as well as Ms. Rivera Ovens.
I likewise would like to say thank you. I got to know Carla way back when at Woodland Elementary School. And so we're going full circle here, and thank you for your service. I learned a lot from you, watching you through these last couple years. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, everyone. As I always say, it's an honor and a privilege, and it's particularly an honor to have served as president of the Board of Education for the last 2 years. I think we are all in this together. We all want the best for our children, for public education. And if we continue to work with that in mind, I think we will continue to do great things together. So thank you.
Carla, I would also like to express my gratitude towards you. Everyone has used the word grace so many times, and I also think that determination, you have it in you to see this institution through, to support this institution. You have done a lot, so we are very grateful for all you have done. And also, I would like to say I really thank my colleagues who place your trust in me to be the next president to lead the board. And I think all of us bring with us our unique background and perspective, and this is a very diverse board. Our diversity is our strength. Together as one board and one voice, we will support our superintendent to lead this vibrant and complex school district, right? I want to thank all the board staff under the Chief of Staff, Lori Christina Webbs. Your board works because of your work. You make the board work, right? So thank you for your dedication and all the late nights. We are very grateful. I know that my children won't be watching this morning, but my husband is, and I want to thank them. They are my inspiration, my two children. They're my rock, and they're my source of strength. And honey, I know you're watching, so just a heads up. It looks like it might be another night of frozen dumpling for dinner tonight. Okay, so that in the past year, this board has done a lot together. We have picked a new superintendent who has hit the ground and running. We have navigated a very difficult budget cycle. We oversaw the development and the implementation of a corrective plan on hiring and promotion and other board policies. We have adopted an elementary reading curriculum that is research-based, research-backed, and we are seeing some early signs of promise. And we have staff all our schools doing a national teacher shortage. These are just a few examples of the collective work from this body, okay? But there are a lot remain to be done. As I take on this role, we as a board knows that what our families, community care about is the reality in our school every single day. Is the bus coming on time? Are the classrooms warm in the winter and cool in the summer? Are the teachers there, happy and prepared to greet our students? Are the students feeling supported and nurtured and included? And how are they doing? Are they learning, thriving? Do they have a bright future? So these are the bread and butter concerns of education. And that's what our community care about, and that's what this board will remain focused. That's what we will address. Now, we will fix our attention on our North Star, the student achievement. That means our relentless focus on research-based curriculum, high-quality instruction, and also equitable distribution of our resources. Student safety and security is important. Our students should feel safe physically and supported psychologically in our buildings. And that means inclusive, welcoming, and culturally responsive practices in our schools. Now, we will remain steadfast in our work to retain and attract high-quality staff and diverse staff. And our curriculum should represent the richness of our community. We will work with county agencies, county council, and our state delegation to bring resources back so every classroom has what they need for our educators and students to be successful. Now, and also this board will look inward. We will examine our work to make sure we are effective at being steward of this institution. We will engage authentically with our community, and actually today, later in the meeting, you will see the first steps we are taking in that direction. So, but in whatever we do, I hope all of us, me and all of our colleagues, we will be a model of civility, a beacon of respect, and we will be a symbol of hope for all our students, families, and educators. And together, we will strive to change lives and build futures. So thank you very much, and let us move with purpose, unity, and optimism. And with that, we are going to go into closed session. Can we be read into closed session?
I move that the board meet in closed session to address the topics posted in the resolution in the resolution for today's closed session and on the reasons and the basis stated therein.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. All right, unanimous. Let's get to work. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody, to the December 5th, 2024 Board of Education meeting. And I want to welcome to our board members, 3 new board members, and our MCPS staff, and our community member, and those who join us online to this meeting. All right, now let's begin the meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right. I'm very excited to be here. We are creatures of habit. It's going to take me a little bit getting used to sitting here, and I ask for your grace. First time here. All right, so I will call the roll to recognize board members to establish that we have a quorum. I'm going to start from this side.
Pernille Suvarna, student member for the board, excited to be here with my new board colleagues.
Natalie Zimmerman, representing District 2, thrilled to be up on this stage in this way for the first time.
Carla Silvestre, school board member at large.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Grace Rivera Oven, representing District 1.
Good afternoon, Brenda Wolf, District 5, and I want to say congratulations to Julie and Grace.
Good afternoon, Rita Montoya at large. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you today.
Good afternoon, Laura Stewart, representing District 4. Very thrilled to be here on this side of the table. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 3, President of the Board. And so let's get started. Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you. Now I would like to move on to Number 5, Human Resources and Development.
Thank you, Madam President, and congratulations, Madam Vice President, on your election as board officers. I'd like to present the monthly OHRD report, our Human Resources report, for the board's consideration at this time. Just need to take a vote.
Can I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a resolution for a deceased employee that I'd like to present for the board's consideration at this time. Whereas the death on September 27th, 2024 of Mr. John Lembaros, a cafeteria worker, and has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. Whereas during the year that Mr. Lembaros worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, he demonstrated professionalism in his work. He was an active listener, giving students and staff his full attention when they had questions, concerns, or special requests. He maintained composure in busy and stressful situations and interacted with everyone in a polite and respectful manner. He provided clear and timely information about menu items, dietary restrictions, and other changes in service. Mr. Lembaros always projected a positive and friendly demeanor. And whereas Mr. Lembaros was a hardworking team member at the Sergeant Shriver Elementary School cafeteria staff, he understood the importance of providing nutritious meals to help ensure student success. He demonstrated strong problem-solving abilities and effectively identified and addressed issues to ensure smooth cafeteria operations to meet the needs of students and staff. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the passing of Mr. Lembaros and extend a deepest sympathy to his family. And may it further be resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Mr. Lembaros.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Dr. Taylor, are there any recommended appointments?
Thank you, Madam President. I have 2 recommended appointments for the board's consideration today. The first one is a very special appointment, and at this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Yvonne Alfonso Windsor to please stand. This afternoon, we're presenting for the board's recommendation, for the board's consideration, the position of Chief Financial Officer. This is a critical member of the superintendent's team, and I could not be more thrilled to introduce Ms. Alfonso Windsor for your consideration today. Ms. Alfonso Windsor has been an MCPS employee for the last 27 years. She served as a secretary, an administrative secretary, administrative services manager, a financial specialist, a budget specialist, a supervisor, a director, and most recently as the acting chief financial officer. Ms. Alfonso Windsor looks forward to continuing in her current capacity, but in the role of full-time Chief Financial Officer with a commitment to maintaining financial integrity and transparency. She is eager to build on the foundation of her work and working collaboratively with stakeholders and the superintendent to build and sustain fiscal health for MCPS, align our budgets and strategic priorities together, and invest in innovative solutions that will support educational equity and student success for all. Shout outs to her husband, Brian, who is also here. Thank you for sharing your wife with us, for his unwavering support and encouragement, and her parents, Rafael and Magalis, for instilling in her the strong work ethic that she has and the confidence that she can accomplish anything that she sets her mind to. With that, it is my pleasure to offer Ms. Alfonso Windsor for consideration.
Do I have a motion?
Very strong move for approval.
Absolutely. Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Congratulations.
Well, there's no shortage of gravity in today's recommendations for the board's consideration. The second recommendation that I have for consideration is for our lead negotiator position. And Mr. Michael Stein, if you please stand, thank you so much. I will also point out in humorous fashion that there is no relation to Mr. David Stein, who is the head of the MCEA Educators Association. So thank you for being here, Mr. Stein. We offer him for consideration for the position of Director of Labor Relations and our lead negotiator position in the Office of District Operations. Mr. Stein brings over 3 decades of labor relations experience and a significant amount of experience as a lead negotiator in labor relations. Mr. Stein looks forward to collaborating with our association leaders to improve and align relations based on the core values of MCPS. I'm thrilled to offer him for the board's consideration today.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam President. This concludes recommendations for personnel appointments.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Next, we're going to have public comment, which is a function of Board of Education to hear from our community. And public comment is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 14 people today sign up to provide in-person testimony. Each person received 2 minutes of time. And please, when your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the second of the buzz to turn it off, at the sound of the buzz to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 6 people sign up to provide video testimony. We'll play these submissions once the in-person testimony has concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on board docs, where they are posted with the other materials for the meeting. So I'm going to call the first 6 speakers to come to the front. Queenie Borden, Ella Wan, Peter Boyko, Anuva Malu, Luke Sarakovic, Zain Karashi. Are we all here? Wonderful. Queenie, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, members of the board. My name is Quinley Borden, and I'm a member of the MCPS Student Climate Action Council, or SCAC. We are a group of 14 students dedicated to making MCPS a more sustainable school system. This is currently the 2nd year of the SCAC, and we are here today to ask the board to support the SCAC with a $40,000 budget allocation. With these funds, the SCAC can continue its mission of making MCPS a carbon-neutral school system by awarding grants for student sustainability projects and supporting climate efforts in MCPS. Last year, the SCAC had access to $75,000 in funds for student grant projects, which were eligible to receive a maximum of $3,000 per grant. We received a wide array of projects, from school gardens to a climate awareness campaign focused on elementary schoolers. Unfortunately, we were not able to award student grants due to the MCPS budget freeze. However, we thoroughly vetted the project applications, conducted interviews with the project applicants, and eventually accepted 10 sustainability projects. This year, we have used our grant experience to create an updated, user-friendly application in an in-depth project scoring rubric. With your support, we hope to provide the opportunity for current MCPS middle and high school students to submit grant applications. Additionally, the SCAC can play an important role in getting all MCPS schools Green School certified, with less than half currently being Green School certified. We also aim to strengthen MCPS's current sustainability work by holding the school system accountable to the commitments outlined in Policy ECA Sustainability in the Montgomery County Climate Action Plan by creating a specific climate action plan for MCPS.
Thank you. Thank you, Queenie. Ella, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. Taylor. My name is Ella Wan, and I'm an 8th grader at Neosville Middle School and concurrently enrolled at Seneca Valley High School. I want to speak to you all today about something that's constantly on my mind and the minds of many of my peers: school safety. For us, school is supposed to be a place where we can learn, grow, and prepare for the future, but that can only happen if we feel safe. The data shared in a recent MCPS safety and security update is alarming. In just the 2023 to 2024 school year, there were 726 critical incidents that had the potential to seriously impact the safety of students and staff. These incidents, which include weapons, fighting, and hate bias incidents, are troubling because they're not just statistics. They represent fears we carry into the classroom every single day. One of the biggest concerns I have is the frequency of weapons being brought into schools. The 93 reported incidents at just the high school level are alarming. Every student has the right to feel secure in their classrooms, but when we hear about weapons being brought to school, it's difficult to feel comfortable. Another area of concern I want to raise is the ease with which outsiders can enter our schools. At Seneca Valley, and I'm sure other schools, there have been several incidents where non-students managed to sneak into the building during the school day. This not only poses a security risk, but also creates an environment where we feel unsafe because we don't know who's walking through the halls. One solution to this is a more consistent enforcement of our student ID policy. All students should be required to wear their IDs visibly, and staff should actively check IDs, especially in high-traffic areas like hallways and entrances. For schools with an open lunch policy, there should be a more careful checking of IDs when students leave campus and return, to ensure that only authorized students are entering back into the school building. I believe with continued effort and communication, we can make real progress in making schools safer and more supportive for everyone. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you, Ella. Peter.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor and members of the MCPS Board of Education. My name is Peter Boyko, and I'm a junior at Northwest High School. I want to begin by commending the board's recent decision to choose to vote on the school year calendar with the 8-day winter break, acknowledging that the other option would negatively impact our support staff and lead to a shorter summer break. However, I am here today during my school time to raise awareness about one key section of the calendar that must be discussed. April 20th through May 22nd of the calendar consists of 5 uninterrupted weeks of school. What's important to recognize here is that these 5 weeks aren't ordinary weeks, but rather are the weeks before and during AP exam season. As a result of these consecutive 5 full school weeks, students will continue to have homework, extracurriculars, and more to do after school on top of AP studying, which can lead students to work late into the night. It's safe to say with this current structure between April 20th and May 22nd, thousands of MCPS high school students, especially juniors like myself, who take multiple AP courses, are bound to experience burnout, stress, and sleep deprivation. Therefore, adding a half day or two between these 5 weeks, which according to the Maryland State Department of Education still qualifies as a full day of school, can give students necessary breaks to catch up on work and alleviate stress. Wednesday, April 29th, for example, is a perfect opportunity to do so. Finally, I want to end by encouraging the board to allow 3 unexcused absences per year for civic engagement, which was an initiative started years ago by a former SMOB, Ananya Tatakonda. Sitting here today, I'm unfortunately unexcused from my AP Lang or law class. However, I believe that the timing of board meetings should not be a barrier for students to speak up and have their voice heard. So as I wrap up my remarks, I encourage the board to always have the mental health of students in mind when making key decisions, and please add a half day or two between April 20th and May 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Anuva? You're fine. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, members of the board, and my fellow students. My name is Anuva Malou. I'm a junior from Montgomery-Blair High School and the president of NDAC, the NEC and DCC Advocacy Coalition. NDAC is an organization dedicated to bridging the gap between all consortiums around the county. Born and raised in Montgomery County, I went to Cloverleaf Elementary School and then Brick Cheney Middle School, where I had an amazing time. However, every time I discussed my future with counselors or friends, it always included Springbrook, Blake, or Paint Branch. I was aware that other high schools did exist, but none of them seemed to be in reach. When choosing high schools, I learned of a specialized program, one of which I attend currently, the Blair Magnet STEM program. I was concerned and frankly scared to be the only student from my middle school in a whole new environment, let alone the largest school in the state. However, I was optimistic that the stereotypes, lack of representation, resources, and visible gap between the other schools in MCPS would not exist anymore now that I was in the DCC. Unfortunately, though, I found myself more often than not being the only Blair representation at certain organizations, sometimes the only one with any experience living in the NEC, and sometimes having to sadly admit that our schools did not have the same resources when speaking to many of my Upper County peers. I was frustrated with the current situation and decided that if I wanted things to change, then I would need to make it happen. Over the last few months, NDAC has grown to be an organization of passionate students across all NEC and DCC high schools, meeting regularly as not just an advocacy group, but as a community for all students whose voices were never heard. I firmly believe that if my NEC peers were given an education, environment, and opportunity like the one I have currently, then they would have taken advantage of it to the fullest. If any of my DCC peers' voices were evenly matched with the rest of the county, then they would have taken advantage of it to the fullest. If any other consortiums were openly aware of this gap, then they would have tried to minimize it to the fullest. My experiences may not be representative of every student in this county, but for those that it is, I hope it can serve as a way to make a new change with you, the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Luca.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, members of the board. My name is Lucas Sirachevich, and I'm here to discuss some of the most pressing issues we're facing as a county. MCPS is one of the best school districts in this country, but even we aren't exempt from the crisis in public education that is plaguing our nation. With the ongoing turmoil surrounding the budget, we're starting to drift further away from achieving our full potential as a county. Based on the data in the State Department of Education's report card for our county, we're not earning an A. And when it comes to our students' futures, we can't afford anything less than 100%. With every single demographic at every single level failing to reach the annual target for math proficiency, and the same being true for academic achievement as a whole. And what's worse is that across the board, our North Star, academic achievement, isn't even improving. We have the exact same problems when it comes to achieving English language proficiency. In fact, in our middle and high schools, we're only earning 25% of the possible points. But we can do better. Students from across our county need more academic support, more opportunities for us to expand our education, and more resources that are equitably distributed. To our fresh faces on the board, Ms. Zimmerman, Ms. Stewart, and Ms. Montoya, I welcome you to the Board of Education, and I hope that you can take these next 4 years to help our county grow and achieve what I know is within our grasp. And to the rest of the board, I hope that you can continue to build upon the work that you've done to improve our county. These issues are only the surface of our problems, but I know and I believe that together we can reach our full potential as a county. And I know that by enacting these policies, we'll be taking the first of many necessary steps towards this academic ideal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Zane.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, members of the Board of Education, and my fellow students. My name is Zane Qureshi, and I'm a junior at Albert Einstein High School and the vice president of NDAC, the NEC and DCC Advocacy Coalition. As an Einstein student, I grew up in the Down County Consortium. I live right on the border of DC and Maryland, where one street of my intersection leads to Bethesda Chevy Chase and the other straight to Blair. Growing up, my neighbors went to a different elementary school even though they lived a block away. As a kid, I never understood the system. Looking at it now, an almost 20-minute commute to get to my home school of Einstein every morning seems completely unreasonable when I have two closer high schools within 10 minutes of my home. After researching the history of boundary segregation in our county, I can claim that it still exists. That is not the only issue students in our consortium face. From playing sports against up-county schools to learning about county-wide programs, I always feel like we are at a disadvantage where we come from. DCC and NEC schools are not dealt a fair hand when our peers don't have to go through the same trouble to find opportunities. Hearing certain schools label us as Crimestein and the history of racist remarks from competing sports teams, my experience as being a DCC student makes me feel inferior to the vast student population of our county. No one tells us about the opportunities that are available to us. The opportunities to join other schools' programs are not accessible to us. Certain upper county programs that have the same name as ours are seen as more prestige among my peers. We are not treated the same, and through NDAC, we want to level the playing field with the help of the Board of Education. We hope to be back very soon as a full organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You may return to your seats. I'm going to call the next 6 speakers up. David Stein, Tamara Zamora, with interpreter, Valerie Davis, Courtney Evans, Sterling High, and Samara Hussein. Mr. Stein, you may begin.
Hello, Dr. Taylor and Board of Education. It's good to be with you today. President Yang and Vice President Rivera-Oven, on behalf of MCEA and our 14,000 certificated unit members, congratulations on your new leadership positions. We also want to welcome our 3 new board members, Laura Stewart, Rita Montoya, and Natalie Zimmerman. Ms. Stewart and Ms. Montoya, your experiences as PTA and community activists prepare you well for this important job you are undertaking. And Ms. Zimmerman, it is so great to see a teacher on the board. Your insight and understanding of what educators and students experience in the classroom is critical now more than ever. The new year is still a few weeks away, but with a new-ish superintendent and a new board, I believe that we are already turning over a new leaf. This board will play a pivotal role in delivering much-needed transparency and accountability to the public during this upcoming budget season and beyond. In addition to delivering on transparency and accountability, we need this board to champion an education budget that delivers for our students and our schools after decades of underinvestment. We are not ignorant of the current fiscal conditions facing our county and our state, and we are all keenly aware that federal education funds could be threatened. In this climate, it would be very easy to advance a milquetoast budget, one that maintains the inadequate status quo. But we know the status quo has to go. We need a budget that addresses the growing needs of our students and helps educators provide them with an excellent education. And MCEA is ready in the short term and in the long term to fight with you for that budget and budgets to come. 2025 can be a transformational year for our school district. Together, let's make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Zamora, please go ahead.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es Tamara Zamora. En primer lugar, quiero dar la bienvenida a los nuevos miembros del Consejo y desearles mucho éxito en su trabajo en favor de los niños del condado de Montgomery. Y con especial atención a los autobuses limpios para nuestros estudiantes y el aire limpio para nuestra comunidad.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Tamara Zamora. First, I want to welcome the new board members and wish you great success in your work for the children of Montgomery County, with a special focus on clean buses for our students and clean air for our community.
Soy defensora de la justicia ambiental de Chispa, Maryland, residente del condado de Montgomery y madre de una estudiante del sistema de escuelas públicas del condado de Montgomery. Mi hija estudiante de la High School Sherwood. Estoy aquí hoy para expresar mi profunda preocupación por la reciente decisión del MCPS de comprar 80 nuevos autobuses escolares de diésel. Esta decisión va en contra de la promesa de MCPS de electrificar su flota de autobuses escolares y eliminar las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero para el 2035. Socava el liderazgo del condado en materia de sostenibilidad y compromiso de salvaguardar la salud y el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes.
I'm a Chispa, Maryland environmental justice advocate. I'm a Montgomery County resident and the mother of a student in the Montgomery County public school system. My daughter is a student at Sherwood High School. I'm here today to voice my deep concern about the recent decision by MCPS to purchase 80 new diesel school buses. This decision goes against MCPS's promise to electrify its school bus fleet and eliminate greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. It undermines the county's leadership in sustainability and its commitment to safeguarding the health and well-being of our students.
Los autobuses escolares dicen emiten partículas tóxicas que suponen importantes riesgos para la salud de los niños y los conductores, a la vez que contribuyen a la crisis climática. De hecho, los niños que viajan en autobús diésel están expuestos a un nivel de contaminantes hasta 4 veces superior al de los que viajan en un coche. Estas emisiones son especialmente peligrosas para los niños, cuyos pulmones, corazones y órganos en desarrollo son más vulnerables a los contaminantes y las consecuencias están bien documentadas. Mayor riesgo de cáncer, más casos de asma y posibles enfermedades cardíacas. Es fundamental recordar a los funcionarios escolares y del Consejo de la Educación que los estudiantes de color y las comunidades de bajos ingresos están expuestos desproporcionadamente a estas emisiones nocivas, lo que los hace especialmente vulnerables.
Diesel school buses emit toxic particles that pose significant health risks to children and drivers while contributing to the climate crisis. In fact, children riding inside a diesel bus are exposed to up to 4 times the level of diesel pollutants as those riding in a car. These emissions are particularly hazardous for children whose developing lungs, hearts, and organs are more vulnerable to pollutants. And the consequences are well documented: higher risk of cancer, increased incidence of asthma, and potential heart disease. It's crucial to remind school officials and the Board of Education that students of color and low-income communities are disproportionately exposed to these harmful emissions, making them particularly vulnerable.
Les recomiendo encarecidamente que cancelen cualquier contrato que añada autobuses de diésel a nuestra flota y que sigan invirtiendo en la opción más limpia y responsable para nuestros niños y nuestra comunidad: autobuses escolares eléctricos con cero emisiones de escape. Por favor, opónganse a cualquier contrato futuro para la compra de autobuses escolares diésel. La salud de nuestros niños y el futuro de nuestro medio ambiente depende de estas decisiones fundamentales. Gracias.
I strongly urge you to cancel any contracts that would add diesel buses to our fleet and continue investing in the cleanest and most responsible option for our children in our community: electric school buses with zero tailpipe emissions. Please oppose any future contracts for the purchase of diesel buses. The health of our children and the future of our environment depends on these crucial decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
The case of the drug-dealing first-grade teacher at Drew Elementary School and how that case is being continually mishandled reflects all that is wrong and dangerous in our schools. The young white female teacher, who was a known addict with failed recovery attempts, sold drugs that killed a man in D.C., and it's been treated with kid gloves. Administrators knew and should have known about her drug use, impairment on the job, and drug possession in the school building, and drug dealing in the school parking lot. School district leaders have refused to thoroughly interview school staff and affected students and are reportedly sitting on anonymous complaints. School and central office administrators refuse to organize or participate in their own town hall meeting and follow-up communications with the school community. I had to go to the courthouse, purchase and share with district leaders the recorded bail hearing before action was taken to remove the teacher. Worse yet, we have learned that there is a well-established practice of soft-walking employees with alcohol and drug use under the radar while continuing to have them in our schools. At BCEE's own town hall on creating drug-free schools and communities, 100% of community members were shocked to learn MCPS does not require drug testing for school-based and central office employees, and they voted in favor of it. County council members and state lawmakers were also shocked. Even though drug testing is required for other county employees, our schools are not safe and secure, our children are at risk. And just last night, I attended a school concert where I was able to walk in and roam the building through 2 unopened doors. So today, BCEE will file 3 formal complaints with the Office of the Inspector General, MCPS, Department of Complaints and Investigations, and MCSS about your failure to invest in competent leadership and effective measures to keep our schools safe. Students, parents, and administrators join the call. In the meantime, we ask you to immediately move to require annual drug testing and criminal background checks for employees. If not, why? If not now, when?
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Good afternoon, and congratulations to our new board members and President Yang. I'm here today to discuss mandates and the budget. Every student deserves access to a school. MoCo is the largest, wealthiest county in our state, and yet we have pushed families out of our school system and left students isolated and segregated, while counties with smaller budgets than ours continue to offer high-quality virtual school to innovatively meet the needs and satisfy the values of their communities. I've printed copies of 2 pages from the FY25 budget for you because they concisely illustrate what it takes me too many words to articulate. Page 29 of Chapter 1 outlines MVA structural FTEs and directs us to additional funding sections for enrollment-based positions. As you see, not a penny was ESSER funded. 12 FTEs were rolled over to make MVA fully baseline funded for FY25, as intended per the original MVA proposal approved in 2021. MVA was not an ESSER cliff problem. Had it been intended to be dismissed with ESSER funds, it could have been kept in the ESSER pot all along, but it wasn't. It was intentionally baselined. The second page is attachment B, which summarizes changes to the FY25 operating budget. MVA was fully funded in the original request. Dr. Fielder increased it by about $30 million due to additional state funding, and the County Council declined to approve the full request by almost precisely the same amount of that increase. MVA had nothing to do with that. And yet, when MCPS chose to eliminate 200 positions, they targeted MVA, obliterating one of the most meaningfully successful initiatives in our school system and destroying our children's learning community. Not a single thought was given to the impact on these kids, their education, or their families. 300 of them have left, and we may be on that path ourselves because we cannot lose another year to our kids' education and childhood to this regard. School systems often talk about unfunded mandates, but in this year with new leadership, new voices, and a new zero-based budget strategy, why aren't we talking about MCPS's fundamental yet unfulfilled mandate to offer equal education opportunities to each and every child in MoCo? Every kid deserves a school where they collaborate with peers and know that they matter. MVA was not an ESSER problem or a county council funding problem. It was a priority problem, and the BLP is not an equivalent replacement. Please return MVA to the FY26 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sterling. Mr. High.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, President Yang, and members of the board. Over the past several months, you've heard myself and other members of the MVA community explain the vital need for virtual access to an education, the benefits of having a comprehensive virtual school, and the cost savings that virtual access can bring to a school system. So instead, today I want to talk about faith. All people in our community, no matter their creed or religion, have a sense of faith. For some, it's faith in a higher power. For others, it's faith in their friends and family. And we as a society hold a common faith in the institutions that we charge with ensuring the good governance of our community. I have raised my 2 children to have faith that our institutions will provide an environment that they and others can thrive in, that our society takes care of the most vulnerable among us. This faith, my faith, and that of the MVA families in this institution has been fundamentally shaken since the closure of the MVA. And it has been a long and lonely journey to continue to push for the return of the MVA. Almost 300 families have shown that they have lost faith in the school system to provide a safe and appropriate education for their children and have completely left. I struggle to have faith that after our work to show the value of the MVA, that this school system will even bring it back. But what is faith worth if it's not tested? What am I really teaching my children if I lose faith in this institution without giving it a chance to rectify the problem? That's what these last months have been driven by. Faith in the idea that if we show the need of the virtual school, that this system will do right by these children. And faith in my children that if I can ensure that they receive a good education, that they'll grow into competent and fulfilled adults. Faith oftentimes is a lonely and broken path to walk. Our children have too often seen us walk this particular path alone. That we are the only ones putting our faith into their future by continuing to advocate for the MVA. Please show our children that we're not the only ones that have faith in their future. Ensure virtual access to an education for them in the upcoming budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hussein.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Samira Hussein. I'm a recent retiree and a community advocate. I would like to start by congratulating the new board members. New changes and new ideas are always welcome. And congratulations to Ms. Julian and Grace. Excuse me, I completely agree with each one of those statements that put out with the new board members. Public education is a great investment, it's true. Coalition of Inclusion Schools and Communities is true, we need to work on that one. Supporting students and achievements, also, this is something that we need to do more. I recently participated in a professional learning session on hate bias, which mirrors the training that school-based administrators across Montgomery County Montgomery County Public Schools have been receiving. This session's title, Honoring Humanity to Halt Hate Bias, aims to deepen the understanding of critical issues related to hate bias, including terminology and history and more. The anti-bias training that was offered to parents and community members helped gaining the better idea of what the trainings MCPS administrators have received. During the discussion, we were told that the training is not mandatory and it doesn't include the teachers. The administrators have the choice to take it back and either present or not to do anything with it, or take care of it and do training. So they have the choice not to do whatever they want. So not mandatory, it's not required, no consequences, and no feedback. Why? And, okay. There are still injustices within the system suffered by students and staff that need to be corrected. A lot of changes need to occur to really tackle the problems of racism, curriculum, students, staff bullying. There's always a room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all of you. I'm going to call the two remaining in-person public comment to come forward. Ricky Ribeiro and Christina McCann. Mr. Ribeiro, you may proceed.
Thank you. Safety and security is our #1 priority. I can't count the number of times I've heard this phrase uttered by Dr. Taylor, the board, and various MCPS leaders. But words without meaningful action and impactful follow-up are hollow. If safety and security is MCPS's #1 priority, we should have seen some dramatic shifts by now. There are 2 categories that need to be addressed if we hope to impact safety and security in our schools, which countless parent, teacher, and student surveys and engagement sessions have told you is a top concern. 1, we have an organizational culture problem. MCPS is too concerned about suppressing facts, making things look good, and protecting people's jobs rather than actually making students and staff feel safe. That has to stop. MCPS culturally talks about and engages in safety and security conversations from a minimizing liability position. But building community trust and buy-in requires a recognizable shift in school culture by ensuring that admins and their central office supervisors prioritize acknowledging and addressing incidents rather than underreporting in order to create a false narrative of safe and secure schools. Number 2, we don't have enough staff. The #1 thing you can do to impact safety and security today is increasing staff. We need to double the average number of security staff in our high schools. Right now, they're about 6 to 7. That needs to be more like 12 to 14. We need security team leads at every middle school. They currently only exist at the high school level. And lastly, we need a security assistant at every elementary school. And more importantly, we need to make our security staff 12-month employees and pay them a competitive wage. These asks will cost money, and that's okay, but MCPS must be willing to invest in the safety of our students and staff. We need to ask for the resources we need to make our schools truly safe, which is why we can't waste money on initiatives such as vape detectors and weapon detectors until MCPS has the staff in place to use and maintain and enforce such programs. We will not turn a blind eye to another botched inept implementation of safety measures as we have seen with the student ID badges. We need to make sure that anything that we do has the appropriate resources to be sustainable and impactful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. McCann, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina McCann, my pronouns are they, them, and I'm an organizer with the Montgomery County Palestine Solidarity Network. I am here with virtual representatives from the ADC and JVP with concerns about MCPS's potential adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA, definition of anti-Semitism. Since others will delve into the dangers of the IHRA definition itself, I will speak on why it is not in alignment with MCPS's alleged values. In 2023, MCPS published the Anti-Racist System Action Plan, wherein you stated, "We believe all forms of oppression are harmful and impact the academic and social-emotional outcomes of students and staff. Focusing on the systemic impact of racism will allow us to have the lens and tools to examine the systemic inequities impacting outcomes for all marginalized groups. Palestinians are a marginalized group that you have continuously left out of your anti-racist efforts. In caving to pressure from the JCRC and the U.S. House of Representatives, MCPS has dangerously conflated criticism of an apartheid state that is currently carrying out a genocide with hate for Jewish people. This is anti-Semitic in itself. Adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism would further suppress anti-racist learning and practices, as students and staff would be unable to identify and oppose the racism present in Israel and in Zionism. You would not deny students the opportunity to criticize the US or this country's founding, and it is hypocritical to dissuade anti-racist discussions about Israel. Suppressing First Amendment rights in schools does not protect Jewish people, but it does create a culture of fear. We must teach our young people the importance of fighting against racism and anti-Semitism, and that true safety and justice do not exist under oppressive systems. Thank you.
Thank you. We received video testimony. Can a staff member pull up the tape from Christine Handy, please?
Greetings. My name is Dr. Christine Handy, and on behalf of MCAP, the Administrators Union, I would like to welcome our new board members. Your leadership and dedication are critical to the success of our school system, and we look forward to partnering with you to create a world-class education for every student. As you begin your tenure, I encourage you to remember that every decision you make impacts the entirety of our school system, our students, and our workforce. From teachers to support staff and administrators, it truly takes all of us to build and sustain a school system of excellence. As we head into the budget season, the decisions before you will undoubtedly be challenging. Budget cuts often necessitate difficult choices, but it is essential for you to ask critical questions about the ripple effect of reducing positions. When a position is cut, where does the work go? It is neither sustainable nor fair to assume that work can simply be redistributed to employees who already have a full-time job. As I have often said, we cannot cut positions without cutting the work that goes along with them. Superintendent Taylor, I extend my sincere best wishes to you during this budget season. I know it will be challenging, and I deeply appreciate your thoughtfulness and diligence in the preparation phase and your advocacy to come in the next phase. Please know that we stand ready to support and will be with you in the trenches as we navigate the budget challenges. Congratulations to our newly elected board president. I wish you strength, clarity, and success as we work together to face the challenges and opportunities in 2025. MCPS Board of Education, I am confident that we can continue to achieve great things with a shared commitment to our students and staff. Let's get ready for 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please roll the tape from Annie Tolkien, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Tolkien. My daughter is a third grade student at Oakview Elementary, a community school in Silver Spring. Today, I'm here to express my continued concerns around how MCPS captures poverty data. First, students who attend schools that are Community Eligibility Provision, CEP schools, no longer have to complete free and reduced meals farms forms. CEP designation requires that 40% of students or more are eligible for federal direct certification programs such as SNAP or TAMP. CEP gives many more MCPS students access to free meals, which is great. However, completing farms forms was one way to capture information from families that fall below the poverty line but are not eligible or not aware of federal direct certification programs. Direct certification is also how MCPS determines Title I eligibility. You might recall that Oakview lost Title I status last year. A Washington Post article from March 2024 said that back in October of 2022, the state's Department of Ed foreshadowed the issue with CEP and indicated they would create an alternative income eligibility form that would capture some of the students that are missing in the data. As far as I'm aware, the state has not created that form, and neither has MCPS. The second data issue, which may be Oakview specific, is that MCPS did not account for the students in the Centers for Enriched Studies program who come to Oakview from 6 other schools, many of whom are more affluent. This skews the data, making Oakview's overall population appear less disadvantaged when the opposite is true, since Oakview pulls directly from New Hampshire Estates, which in the 22-23 school year was the highest poverty school in the county. In sum, there are 2 issues. Direct certification alone will never capture the actual level of poverty in our school and likely many other schools with disadvantaged and undocumented families. And number two, MCPS has to account for programs that bring more affluent students into socioeconomically disadvantaged areas. We need the board and MCPS to figure this out immediately as the data directly impacts our schools' funding and resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring up the tape from Nancy Marine Ernie.
My name is Nancy McInerney. I'm the mother of a 4th grade student at Oakview Elementary and a kindergartner at New Hampshire Estates, NHE. I'm also the Oakview and NHE PTA president. Together, we speak out around MCPS's inaction on the loss of Title I status and resources at Oakview Elementary. Students in our neighborhood live in the highest poverty census tract in Montgomery County, where 38% of people live below the poverty line, and those are just the people the census counted. We have spent the last year expressing our concerns about MCPS only using direct certification to determine Title I status. Using 2022-23 farms data, NHE has the highest poverty rate in the county at 93%. Oakview came in at 77.6%. The drop in farms rate between the schools can be attributed to the Center for Enriched Studies, CES program, which brings students to Oakview from 6 other schools. If data from students enrolled in CES were not included, the school's poverty rate would increase to 88.7%. Parents have noted that the loss of $400,000 in Title I funding this school year has resulted in less summer school and fewer paraeducators. Students are not receiving the targeted intervention support that they had previously had in reading and math. Teachers are being asked to volunteer for additional duties. Our families have the sense of being forgotten and ignored. While teachers and staff have been doing their best, this is not sustainable for Oakview beyond this school year, and we will see the ripple effect in our MAP scores and student development. We need the board and MCPS to act now. We have 3 requests. 1, improve the data collection for collecting poverty rates for our school. 2, replace the Title I funding for Oakview from within the MCPS budget in this coming school year. And 3, communicate with the PTA and the NHE Oakview community. Thank you.
Thank you. Please roll the tape from Alvin Wong.
Hello, my name is Alvin Wang, and I'm a junior at Thomas S. Wooten High School. As a member of SEEDS, the Special Education Equal Development Society, a student-led nonprofit organization, I volunteered at and worked on numerous projects and events focused on meeting the needs of special education students. I volunteer weekly to provide free soccer lessons for special education students. Through my experience, I've come to realize that students with special needs benefit much more when they are worked with one-on-one, as it allows for greater focus on their individual needs and progress. This personalized support is crucial to help them thrive, and thus it is imperative that students' unique needs are addressed for their growth and success. Today, I'm here to speak and bring awareness on the critical challenges faced by special education students in Montgomery County Public Schools. Special education needs in MCPS are a critical issue, as many students with disabilities face challenges in accessing equitable resources, individualized support, and inclusive opportunities to succeed both academically and socially. MCPS prides itself on inclusivity, but the reality is our county often falls short when serving students with special needs. Although MCPS serves over 9,000 students who qualify for 504 plans, according to the Section 504 coordinator, as of January, the county has only budgeted 4 positions to assist every school, parent, guardian, and student in the process. This issue is compounded by inconsistent training for educators. Although some teachers may take classes over the summer to learn how to better accommodate students, many still feel underprepared. MCPS's failure to meet the needs of students with disabilities has led to social and emotional barriers, educational disparity, and community support issues. Students have experienced many things, among which include difficulty building self-esteem and stigmatization or bullying from peers, causing feelings of isolation, limited access to quality instruction, producing lower academic performance, less individual attention than required to develop social skills due to a lack of qualified staff, a lack of proper skill sets, which limits access to future opportunities, as well as an improper development of skills. While we recognize that the county budget for next year proposes an additional $13.5 million in funding to support special education requirements, this increase must be accompanied by targeted strategies. Moving forward, we would like to see smaller class sizes, improved training for all staff members in assisting with students with disabilities, increased access to assistive technology to help students with disabilities better communicate and participate in classroom activities, and peer mentoring programs can also help foster a sense of belonging in students with disabilities. Thank you so much for your attention on this critical issue.
Thank you. Please roll the tape from Susan Curran.
My name is Susan Karen, and I represent the Maryland chapter of the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee. I understand that Israeli lobbyists have contacted you about adopting the IHRA or IRA definition of anti-Semitism. The IRA definition was built upon a right-wing effort to censor Palestinian and human rights activists. It was adopted by President Trump through an executive order. Critics of the definition include the ACLU, the American Academy of University Professors, who compare it to being similar to attacks on critical race theory, and even the author of the definition himself, Kenneth Stern. He expressed dismay on the way it was being weaponized. It is important to note that this past year, Wikipedia issued a ban on the Anti-Defamation League as an untrustworthy resource because of their promotion of IRA. Adopting the definition will expose MCPS to a potential witch hunt by the Department of Education, who could withhold Title VI funds if you don't take enforcement action against those who speak up for Palestinian human rights. You have already seen that. Our school system was pressured to ban the word genocide and apartheid. You still have the flexibility to push back on those suppression efforts. With IRA, you won't be able to. You also may face legal First Amendment concerns. The target of IRA is the truth. Florida is known for their Don't Say Gay laws. In Montgomery, Alabama, there are attacks on critical race theory. Do we really want our school system to be known for suppressing the grief and outrage of students in response to a horrific genocide? People of goodwill must take a stand against these suppressive censorship tactics. I hope you will do that. Thank you.
Next, please play the tape from Evelyn Frankel.
Good afternoon. My name is Evie Frankel. I'm a former MCPS parent and founder of Montgomery County Education Forum, which advocated against systemic racism within MCPS in the late 90s and early 2000s. The late Judy Daca was a member. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Jewish Voice for Peace DC Metro Chapter, which participates in the relatively newly formed Montgomery County Palestine Support Network. We reject the adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism by MCPS. It is dangerous to conflate criticism of a particular government's policy with hatred toward the dominant group of that country. Should international support for our civil rights movement have been condemned as anti-American? In the context of Jews and Palestinians in the US, Jews are white, thus dominant, and Palestinians are people of color. As a Jew and daughter of Holocaust refugees, I condemn anti-Semitism and also condemn its use to shut down protests and dominate the narrative. In this moment, to adopt any definition of anti-Semitism, especially this one, with punitive intent, without also adopting a complementary definition of anti-Palestinianism or anti-Black or anti-immigrant behavior or anti-any number of under-attack identities, is tone-deaf to say the least and racist the most. At a time when we're counting on our educational institutions to promote honest, thoughtful, and loving dialogue, adoption of the IHRA definition would do the opposite. We request a meeting. We want you to understand, among other things, that the Jewish community is not a monolith. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our public comment session. I'm going to see if my board members has any comments. I'm going to start from right. I don't see any lights. Going to left, Ms. Rivera-Ovens.
Thank you so much. First, I just want to say thank you to all the students that came, and I hope Peter went back to Northwest High School. He did. Okay. And to Peter, I wanted to say he always has the option to do the video, so he doesn't have to miss school, although we love to see his smiling face and all of your smiling faces. But it's always refreshing to hear you guys and your advocacy, and I want you to know that we are making a lot of changes, and I'm pretty sure Superintendent Taylor heard you loud and clear. But I want to commend one of the students today for, I think it was Alvin Wang, who talked about advocacy for special education students. His tone of not just talking about it, but doing something about it, it is something that we should really recognize. He actually created a program in after school for kids with special needs to do soccer. I think that this is an area that we really need to grow. After school programs for our special education children is something that we need to look at especially when it comes to inclusivity into sports. So I just want to thank him, and maybe he will be a great person to have as part of a committee or group that that can actually see this. And just a few of the other testimonies. I know Mr. Rivera, I think he's still here, about the public safety. I think we also have made a lot of improvements, especially with elementary schools, with putting cameras in every elementary school, looking at allocations. We did actually even increase allocation for security, but this is an area that I know that our superintendent and the staff is looking at. We are lucky to have the past chief of police heading this. So if anybody knows what has happened in the last 30 years in our system is Mr. Dixon, and he knows exactly also well, a lot of the holes and gaps exist. So please be patient and keep working with us and holding us accountable. And I just want to say thank you to everyone else who came and testified, but it's also wonderful to see folks testifying for the environment and so many other things. But just to have your advocacy and to have you here is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Savannah?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to all the members of the community who came out and testified. Special shout out to all the students that came out today. We had a lot of students, and I always like seeing our students, whether it's virtually or in person. We heard a lot of your concerns. Some of the things are things that we are working towards in the future, and you'll see it come up through this board meeting, through future board meetings. So just know that this work is being talked about. When it comes to civic engagement as an excused absence, I would just encourage the administration to look into that as like one of the options for excused absences is under the superintendent's designation. So maybe just look into that. Other than that, I think I really, really do want to applaud all the students for coming out today. Thank you.
Ms. Zimmerman?
Thank you. I want to echo Mr. Savannah. I thought it was really wonderful to see that our first 6 speakers that all filled the table were all students. That was it's just really wonderful. I'm really happy to see students so active in our processes and that you're all really passionate advocates, and I appreciate you being here. Our varied testimonies across today, I think, really speak to the breadth and depth of our county and our school system. So again, I want to echo thanking the educators, activists, families and caregivers, and community members coming to testify before us today. You were heard, and this is an extremely valuable and important element of the work that we do here.
Mrs. Stewart?
Yes, first of all, I was an Einstein parent, so I'd like to give a shout out to the Einstein student that came to talk to us. Thank you. Also, I'd like to also point out the testimony about the civic engagement as well. I followed this back in 2018, actually printed out an old memo from Pat O'Neill, who was working on this issue. And then I believe we were going to look at the policy KEA in 2021, but I don't think we've gotten back to it. So maybe that's something we can look at in the future, to look at having excused absences for civic engagement. We do have them during political season, but that's it. So we should probably maybe take a look at that policy at some point. And then I'd also want to acknowledge the rest of the students that came out here today. I know it takes time out of your school day, and it might cause a little bit of extra work for you, but we need to hear from you, so I really appreciate that. I also want to thank other community members that came out today to share their stories and their thoughts, especially about how we can be an anti-racist system. So I do appreciate that feedback, and I will take all of that. I took notes, and I will see if there's some opportunities for us to do better. Thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Oven?
I apologize, President Yang. I did forget to highlight Ms. Tolkien's when she talked about the poverty data, how we get poverty data and the direct certification, I just would like us to have an update. How are we going to be doing that this year? Because we did have a lot of issues with that last year. And she is right. There is no form yet that the state, even though they said that we're going to create a form, they have not created a form. So it's really hard to capture true data in schools where we know the poverty level is a lot higher. And because of that, then there's less funding allocated to some of these schools to do the things that they need to do. So if we could have an update on how we're going to do it this year, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri?
Dr. Taylor, we heard some testimony today about safety and security in our schools, and that, of course, is a priority of the school system and the board. I just wanted to see if you had any thoughts on what you heard and what we're doing about that concern.
Absolutely. And the board is due for its next safety and security update in January. So that's good timing. We've made a number of improvements in terms of processes and having safety and security plans. There's definitely a financial need in terms of staffing, so I'm glad that that was highlighted today, as well as a need for us to address some of the cultural issues that were also highlighted today. We have some work to do in this space. This is an ongoing and iterative process. I'm very proud of the progress that we've made this year in terms of making our schools a safer and more welcoming and inclusive place, but there is room for improvement. And as painful as it is to have that highlighted in a public space, it is something that remains pressing for us. It needs to remain a top priority, and it needs to remain a focus of this board and our work moving forward, even though we have made some significant progress.
Thank you. The next business meeting of Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, January 9th. Sign up for public comment will open on Thursday, January 2nd at 6 p.m. In addition to online sign up for public comment, we allow for in-person, same-day sign up when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive at least 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person sign-up will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. So with that, we conclude this portion of the meeting, and we are going to move into agenda item 7, recognition. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Today, the superintendent recommends that the Board of Education approve a recognition of National Inclusive Schools Week, and I'm going to read a truncated version of the resolution that is attached to board docs today. Whereas the Inclusive Schools Network have designated the week of December 2nd through the 6th, 2024 as National Inclusive Schools Week, celebrating the theme of Every Voice Matters, and whereas Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to creating inclusive classrooms, removing barriers to learning, and promoting equity and understanding within the school community, and therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Public Schools joins with the Inclusive Schools Network declaring the week of December 2nd through the 6th, 2024 as National Inclusive Schools Week in Montgomery County, and supports appropriate activities for educators, students, and parents and guardians to highlight the importance of fostering inclusive environments where every voice is heard, valued, and respected.
Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. We are going to move into our consent item. I'm going to ask board members, I'm going to look around, are there any items to pull? Ms. Wolf.
I want to pull 8.5, the Burtonsville Elementary School project.
All right, Ms. Savannah.
Can I pull contract number 8.4 for the athletic grass field maintenance at various locations?
Okay. May I have a motion to move the rest in
Wait,
block?
I'm sorry,
Ms.
I have,
Figueroa.
yeah, sorry. I wanted to put both of the blueprint recommendations for additional, the community schools program and the other one.
So that's 8.10.
Thank you, you got it, right? Yeah.
8.10, and that's it? Okay, so may I have a motion to move the rest in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you. Now, let's move to 8.4.
All right, perfect. The core of my question was just kind of understanding what necessarily this will do for athletic fields. Just wanted, we often hear a lot about, grass field maintenance, how students want, a nice playable grass field, and so just wanted to give, a second to maybe talk about this for all of our student athletes out there, students who use our field, or community members who use our field, to know what this means for our fields.
So if I can interrupt for just a second, before you begin to respond to that, if you could introduce yourselves and the role that you have in the school district, because we have got some new board members.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Adnan Mamoun. I'm the Deputy Chief of Facilities Management.
Good afternoon. Jeff Sullivan, Director of System-Wide Athletics.
Good afternoon. Yvonne Alfonso Windsor, Chief Financial Officer, without the acting.
All right, congratulations on your new role. But just kind of going back to this for a second, so can we just maybe give a brief explanation for the public on what exactly we should expect out of these contracts and what it could mean for our community members, students who use these fields?
Thank you. This contract encompasses our athletic field maintenance for our grass fields. A significant part of this contract focuses on our high school fields. And that's not just our stadium fields, but our baseball and softball fields, as well as our practice fields. It also includes a couple of our middle schools, as well as field renovation projects. And so there's a series of approved vendors that our schools use and our Department of Facilities Management uses to make those changes and renovations to fields as they need to during the course of the year. So the total spending is for all of those projects. The high school contracts are led by the local school high school athletic specialist, all right, and using those contractors to maintain both the stadium fields as well as the surrounding fields on those campuses. The middle school fields, most of our fields are managed through parks. There's a select number that the spending authority includes that we would incorporate into that contract.
Got it. So just to be clear, this is both for big improvements to our fields alongside ongoing maintenance, correct?
Yes, it's for both, but a significant amount of it is for the maintenance. About 1.2 million is for the maintenance. About 300,000 is potentially for those renovation projects that may come in terms of our practice fields, baseball fields, softball fields, et cetera.
Got it. I mean, I'm just glad to see this contract. We often, hear students coming to the table talking about ways that, they've had their field or their athletic career or other careers impacted by the field conditions and, disparity of field conditions across schools. So glad to see this contract, coming to really show students that we don't just need a turf field to make these conditions playable for all students, but, working on getting that grass field up to par, which is both, environmentally sustainable and, I know 10 out of 10 athletes would say a good grass field is better than a good turf field. So just want to say that. So thank you. That's it for my questions.
Mr. Stewart, do you have a comment?
Yes. I don't know if you have this today, but I was curious what the entire MCPS grass athletic field maintenance budget is. And then how much is that like in-house versus like this contract? And also if I could get how many athletic fields does this maintenance contract actually cover? So we can kind of see the breakdown of how we're spending the money and eventually, what's the kind of maintenance that this contract covers, just to get a full picture of how we're taking care of our grass fields.
We can absolutely provide that specific breakdown by school for you. It does incorporate the spending for the high school fields, just to be clear. And there's a couple of middle schools, Halliwells, Tilden, will give you the specific schools in which the middle schools fall under this, as well as the additional projects that may be incorporated in the $1.5 million.
And maybe if there's any fields that are due to be transferred to parks, because I know parks takes care of some of our fields. And what's the outlook?
Yeah, so we can give that breakdown of the park fields as well as local jurisdictions like the city of Gaithersburg, for instance, and Lakelands Park. There's some nuances with the middle schools. We do have a summary breakdown that we can provide in terms of who's maintaining those fields and how this spending supplements those efforts.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. May I move to item 8.5?
Thank you. Very glad to see Burtonsville Elementary School moving along, but there have been some concerns raised about the air quality because apparently there's some sort of incinerator or something in the back that's burning, and the residents in that area are concerned that the students will be breathing this in. So I know that there are certain air quality studies that go along with building anything, but I want you to talk to me a little bit about what specifically you're doing to look at that situation.
So as far as the incinerator you mentioned, I will have to get back to you. We have not started working on that project, so it is not part of what is happening as part of this construction. This construction is taking place on a separate site that is away from the existing school building. Obviously, the regular dust mitigation protocol, there are MDE requirements that we have to follow during construction to make sure the dust is down, as well as, there is no hazmat abatement per se, because we're essentially working on an open field here. So we will, follow all the protocols during construction to make sure that the dust control and air quality is maintained per required code. And we will obviously collaborate with the neighbors and let them know and give them updated on the schedule so they know what's happening during construction. So that's part for the during construction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd really like you to reach out to the residents there in East County because several have raised this concern. I don't know whether it's an incinerator or what, but you know that this property straddles the Prince George's County line. So whatever is burning might be burning in Prince George's County, but they're afraid that the air quality that will be floating that way will impact the students. So I would really like to see you have some meetings with them to talk about and hear their concerns.
Mr. Mahmood, it might be helpful to also talk about some of the things that are in the existing structure in terms of air quality monitoring and some of the strategies that we currently use to make sure that the kids are safe.
Yeah, sure. Obviously, all of our current classrooms are, inside any school buildings that we currently have does have air quality monitoring in place. So we are able to see if there are any changes in air quality because of what's happening nearby, for sure. And our system can flag it for us. And it will be also installed in the new Bartonsville building when we finish that. But as far as your suggestion, we will definitely reach out to that community and understand what the concern is. I was not aware of the incinerator nearby.
Well, I'm not exactly sure either, but I do know that the people in that community, a lot of them have some kind of monitor that was given to them by the builders of the homes. That's a fairly new development to monitor something. So something is going on there that really needs to be looked at as part of this contract.
Definitely will. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We will definitely follow up.
We'll move to 8.10. Ms. Rivera-Alvin, would you like to
Yes.
ask your question?
I have a few questions about this. Oh, sorry. It's not cooperating today. A few questions about the allocation. So in a sense, you're asking for an addition of over $2 million for this is for the blueprint, right? Department. So I'm just, I got the, but when I look at the chart, to me, it is not clear exactly what this is going for. What kind of positions are we creating? How this is going to turn into supporting students? How is this supporting already our other programs of apprenticeships? How much is it being allocating for fees, for technical work? It is not clear. It is just very, and like one of the line items, instructional salaries of $721,000. Like I want to know, what is that for? Instructional salaries for what? What kind of instruction? Where is this going to be going? How does this line up with what we already have going with WorkSource? And, you know, how does it align already with the counselors that we have in schools? So I just have a lot of questions of how this money is being allocated.
Sure. So we have, and if I may, just an overview. We have two supplementals regarding the blueprint for Maryland's future. And the reason for both supplementals is this leftover funds from last year that were not spent, both for community schools and career advising. And it's a new requirement of the state that whatever funds are not used for those two specific programs are rolled forward for the following year. The reason that there were leftover funds specifically in career advising, because that was a program that was new last year. We got the allocation of $9.7 million in June, so they had to plan very fast that program. So when they did that, they weren't able to fill all the positions. So they had this funding, that remained, that has to be now spent this year. Some of the positions, so what we're using with that money is we're trying to be very strategic, the programs, and these are not new positions. So when you're looking, for example, at those 3.9 FTEs that you mentioned, those are our career and college coordinators at the schools that right now are not doing a lot of this work. So a portion of their work now is going to be towards the career advising. So what we're doing is we're shifting their salaries now to use this funding and support our operating budget this year that we know that we have, some, concerns. This is going to carry forward for next year as well. So they're going to be continuing doing this work. So when we get to FY26 and we get the career advising allocation, their salaries are going to be, a portion of their salary is going to be continued to be supported through this funding that we get specifically for career advising. In addition, because it's one-time funds, we don't know that, they're going to have any left this year. They are using part of the funding for instructional costs and textbook and instructional materials to supplement some of the professional learning, one-time professional learning for our counselors and our school staff to continue their training so that they can continue to support the students in career advising efforts.
So, okay, so that helps a little bit, but I'm still trying to understand. So you're going to have 3 positions. So each position is about $200,000 plus?
So instructional salary, so part of that 3.9 positions is about $200,000. And instructional salaries also covers TPT support, that is stipends for teachers to continue to support, the coaches in career advising. So it is not, the $721,000 is not the cost of the 3.9 positions. And to clarify, it's not 3.9 positions. So, we have the CCICs that are 25 across the school. It's about 0.15 of their FTE that is part of that 3.9.
Okay.
So it's covering a little piece of each of their salaries.
Okay, this is good to know, because I was going to say, I ran for the wrong thing. So now explain to me, because I really would like to have a really good breakdown of the programs that are being supported by the blueprint. So how is this allocation going to support our students and where? So a couple of questions I have. Because we have the workforce people, correct, working already in our schools, correct?
Career advising is part of, career advising under the blueprint supports the WorkSource Montgomery. So of the $9.7 million total budget, about $5 million goes to WorkSource Montgomery. So this is all part of that work, but remember, it's a partnership between WorkSource Montgomery, MCPS, and Montgomery College. So out of that total budget is split between the three areas. This is the portion that applies to MCPS because last year they were not able to use all the funding, which is reflected in our budget.
You mentioned the community schools funding was not all used.
Correct, and that's the next supplemental that we're talking about. So community schools, it's for the last few years, since 2020, since it was first implemented, all the districts have had difficulty spending the funding because there was not clear guidance from MSDE on how the funding could be used. It's restricted in its use, and it was told to the school systems that it could be used only for wraparound services. And sometimes, specifically during COVID, we have problems spending that funding. And it was the same situation last year. So halfway through the year, MSDE provided new guidance that now it can be used for some instructional supports, not a lot, for some instructional supports for the programs. So how this funding, this supplemental is going to be used, it has to be used for the schools that were community schools as of last year. It cannot be used for community schools that are brand new this year. And the schools work out a plan on how the funds, in this case, it was $2.2 million, how they are going to be able to use that funding. They submit that plan to central office, and then we build it into this supplemental, and the funds will be distributed to the schools or to use as they need.
Thank you. That's because when the public hears that we're leaving money on the table, it doesn't sound too good, but that's a good explanation, and I appreciate it. Is any of this funding going to the foundation programs? Is any of this funding, any of these positions are going to support foundation programs? It is not clear how much money is going to go to supporting the fees for the students, for the technical testings that they have to do. For example, like Edison. Which it should be part of this, but it's not clear to me that it is part of this. And if it's not, I'm really concerned that it is not, because the whole point of apprenticeship programs and so on in the blueprint is for us to be supporting programs like that. So if it's not, can you explain to me why not?
So are we talking about the career advising piece? Sorry, are we referring to the career advising piece?
Yeah, the career advising piece, and because I read that there's some money for fees for the students and technical fees, but I just don't know where and how that's going to be and how much of this is going to be allocated to that.
So this funding is restricted, so the state tells us exactly how it can be used. In this case, for career advising, has to be only to coach students on how they're going to apply to college, the college visits. That's what this funding in collaboration for WorkSource Montgomery can be used for. So this funding cannot be used for the fees for career and technology ed. That is part of our, as part of our operating budget, but not necessarily of the blueprint allocation for career advising. This is very limited. It's the same thing with our community schools, where they determine what our community schools are, and we can only use that money for those specific community schools.
Okay. But again, so we're asking for a supplement from the council, right? So
this is money that was not used that last year, that it was part of our fund balance from last year that now we have to reappropriate, right?
Okay.
Because we don't use it, we just have to reappropriate it for the specific purposes that were given to us by the state. So this is state aid money.
With its specific instructions on how we need to use it.
Correct.
And to my colleagues, I know that, but I just wanted to let you know there's a lot of confusion in the community about how these funds are being allocated. So we know that, but I want the community to know that so they understand that we're asking the questions, but we're doing things that are already pretty much predestined of doing, and telling us exactly how we need to use these funds. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Yvonne, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to move 8.4, 8.5, 8.10, and 8.11? Oh,
sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Just one quick thing, thank you. In that vein, actually, as Ms. Rivera-Oven stated, and thank you for all the clarification, but for the community, so just to be clear, the reason we have money to roll over is because we didn't have proper clarification on what we could use it for. And so right now what we're doing is we're just shifting the source of funding for some of these pre-existing employment positions and programs that are already happening, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. May I have a motion to move 8.4, 8.5, 8.10, and 8.11 in block?
Move approval.
Wait a minute, though. 8.11 was not included, was it? It was 8.4, 8.5, and 8.10?
And 11,
Oh,
which
and
is
she
all
did add
below.
8.11. Okay,
Yeah.
second.
All in favor? Please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you to the staff. Dr. Taylor, the next item is an exciting one. It's about our FY26 school calendar. And I know so many families schedule their family life, their work life around our school calendar. And it's permanently on their refrigerator or countertop. So let's talk about FY26 calendar.
We are so fortunate to be a part of so many homes and so many kitchens and so many conversations. And nothing says welcome to the Board of Education like the school calendar. Well, good afternoon, Board of Education members. We're here to present our recommendation for the 2025-2026 traditional and innovative school calendars. We're delighted to share that this process has included many community voices, and though the calendar is always a balancing act, we are thrilled with the presentation that we have today, and we even heard testimony from students today about some of their thoughts and desires. And though there's no perfect calendar that's out there, we are very happy with this one because it does align with the board's priorities very neatly. MCPS provides a school calendar that allows for the effective use of time for teaching and learning, for professional growth opportunities, and for planning instructional strategies focused on improving student achievement, while maintaining our lens on equity for all students and a commitment to community engagement. I'd like to take this moment to thank our board members for their continued support on this topic and your engagement. I'd also like to extend my appreciation to the Policy Management Committee for their continued leadership throughout this important calendar process. And today, I'm thrilled to share my recommendation for both of these calendars with you, and I'll pass it over to our Chief of District Operations, Mrs. Dana Edwards.
Good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations, Mrs. Yang, as well as Mrs. Rivera-Oven, and welcome to the board for our new board members. Very happy to be here today to bring to you the recommended calendar for the 25-26 school year. We are recommending, Dr. Taylor is recommending to the board a school year calendar with 181 instructional days. Included in this calendar would be a student transition day, which would be a non-instructional day, which would begin on Monday, August the 25th, and that would give us an opportunity to really be able to set the tone, create the conditions for learning, and create the conditions students do need and to be able to enter the school year. This school year calendar also includes a winter break that goes from Wednesday, December 24th through Sunday, January the 4th, which does give us a full 12 days off within that time span. The first day of school will be on August 26, 2025, with the last day of school being on Wednesday, June 17th. Just wanted to backtrack and just make some connections around how our development process does take place. We do take guidance from Maryland State Department of Education, which provides guidance to all school systems across Maryland in terms of the minimum number of days that must be in a calendar, which is 180, as well as state identified holidays that we have included in our calendar. We dovetail that very nicely here in Montgomery County Public Schools with policy IDA, and taking IDA to make sure that the board priorities are reflected within the product that we have today, and really making sure that board priority 2, which we will talk about with the transition day, is elevated to really create that physical and psychological safety, to create a welcoming learning environment, but also to be able to provide the adequate amount of time for really good teaching and learning to take place. We have been working on the calendar since last year. Once we adopted last year's calendar, we started on this year's next year's calendar, and we started to really get some feedback and learn where people wanted to land, not only from the perspective of the start and end time, because those two actually bind together, but we also had an opportunity to look at the length of the winter break, and that was the bulk of the feedback that we centered on, in addition with the transition day. You can see over the fall and winter months that we did spend time with our policy management committee, who provided us great guidance throughout the year. Looked and sought the feedback and make sure that we were hearing from our community far and wide and deep to make sure we had an understanding of their needs. And now we did visit with the board in October, on October 22nd, to have a full review of the calendar that we had developed with feedback, and now we are back on December 5th with the one recommended calendar for today. We have collaborated, as Dr. Taylor shared, over this time with a multitude of stakeholders. We've done surveys. We've done focus groups. The survey showed us that we needed to narrow in more in certain geographical areas. So we have done a plethora of focus groups and really hearing voice and having detailed conversations with many different people across the district, students, staff, and families. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Malchody to be able to share some additional information about that.
This is my favorite part. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the overwhelming support that we have received in terms of gathering feedback and input from our students, staff, families, and the community throughout this whole process. This is my second year working on the calendar, and it is just something that brings me such great joy to be able to connect with people about and really work together on. Without all of the people who have been a part of this, we would not be here today to really bring something that we're really proud of in terms of a calendar that reflects who we are as a county. You can see some of the overall feedback themes that are shared. Obviously, as Ms. Edwards and Dr. Taylor shared, we do a lot of work to engage in many different ways, and we learn from what we've done before and always try to improve upon that and really think about engagement in different ways. And so while last year we talked about going to bus stops and really thinking about different ways to engage and connect more with students, this year we've tried even more ways to expand that. I got the pleasure of going to the Montgomery Village Middle School Parent Conference Night, where I got my own little table and I got to sit and talk to families. It's a different style of engagement, but so meaningful. We've been able to really work with MCPS-MD, not just their larger delegates, but with their subcommittees, and really focus in on areas, like Ms. Edwards said, where we felt like we were missing voices. And that's been extremely important to us. We've been really more thoughtful with languages. Last year, we just did the survey in all the different languages. This year, we've been more thoughtful in terms of connecting with news in different languages, reaching out to county government at the suggestion of Policy Management Committee to say, well, how do you connect with your communities? Can we be a part of that? Can we connect in that way? And next week, I'm going to an immunization clinic and a food drive because a principal invited me, and I was so honored, and I'm going to have a translator. And so we continue to do this work throughout the year because we take it so seriously in terms of this is everyone's calendar, and so we really want people to feel seen. And I would be remiss if I did not give the biggest shout out to our students who have been amazing, including our student speakers and everyone who has just been so welcoming with their spaces and places to talk to me through email, through Zoom, in person, anywhere, anytime. And we just really want to say thank you.
So thank you so much. And so I do want to thank Ms. Malchody for that really direct and personal commitment so that we can bring this forward. And what we'll see is some of the overarching feedback was the desire to have a longer break, but not to be able to impact many of our SEIU employees who do have no work, no pay days over the winter break. So that longer break does create a longer lapse of time where they may not have a full paycheck. In addition to making sure that there's continued advocacy and including our days of commemoration within our calendar. We used a lot of that feedback to really be thoughtful around the transition day that I talked about earlier and really creating a level of equity. The transition day would be a district-wide opportunity. It's a non-instructional day, which is why we have 181 days versus 182 days. That creates an opportunity for students in grades kindergarten, 6th grade, 9th grade, and for our schools who have 3rd grade to go to their schools on what we would traditionally have looked at as the very first day and be able to become comfortable with that school without the hubbub of everything that goes on around them. We moved it from the week before, which we're used to on that Thursday, because what we found was not everyone participated. And this does not take away schools' opportunity to do the popsicles and playground, pizza with the principal. Those things are sacred and special to the school, but this creates an opportunity and experience across our district. It creates a level of equity. And one of the biggest things is that we heard from students is they're nervous on the first day of school. As parents, you're nervous. Teachers are nervous. And so you kind of get this dry run and it brings the anxiety down, and then day 2 you come back. But we don't want to market it as what we have done before. Pep rallies will exist on this day. This will be an opportunity to really hear from a panel of students who have gone to the school. These were children's ideas, and I think that they're amazing, as well as you will get to visit your classrooms and do all the experiences. One big shift I do want to share with the board is we have been talking about this since our first policy management committee, as well as in October, as a full day. We have shifted to bringing it forward to you today as an early release day. One of the key factors that we heard in the feedback was the equity in terms of what everyone would do in the building and what that would look like. And so we wanted to be thoughtful around that. Give us an opportunity to still offer this opportunity, but be able to ease ourselves into it, build on the momentum, and really build out an opportunity that really is going to be fantastic across the board. Just wanted to highlight this for you. This was a request when we came to the board in October to really pull together some of the themes that we heard from different stakeholder groups around the student transition day. And you can see many of those themes that are there in terms of the guidance, the communication, and being able to really have student leaders to be a part of it. In order to bring this forward as a result of this feedback that we've heard, we will have a student transition day team that will continue to include all the stakeholders that we've worked with over the last year to bring forward this calendar to really help us to stand up the student transition day in the way in which it is designed, and create a timeline around this so that we would have communication ready by March 6th. That was a big piece, and really being thoughtful around when we start to communicate, what we start to say, and to be able to do it early. And then we'll continue to engage all of our committee members, as I've shared. So finally, we bring to you our recommended adopted calendar, just being able to talk through kind of what we provided in advance for you, and I will let Ms. Malchody share. You'll see the traditional school year calendar first, and then we also have our innovative school year calendar that we want to bring forward, that we've done a lot of really good engagement with the community and staff there.
As you can see, this is our recommended calendar for 25-26 for the traditional school year. There's a lot of green there, and green means go. And so one of the pieces of feedback that we took last year from families was, you made the calendar more accessible and more readable. Can you make it even more by showing us when do our children go to school? And so we've really taken that seriously and worked with EGPS, our editorial and graphics and printing services, to make sure that what we bring to families is user-friendly and helps them understand. If we wake up on this day, are we going to school? And so what we really tried to do with the color coding is to make it as easy as possible for families to understand what our school year calendar looks like. And as you can see, we built it as an instructionally sound calendar with consistent periods of sustained instruction, which we call lots of green. And we also, you know, as Ms. Edwards said, really wanted to sort of elevate the continued interest of the board in recognizing the diversity of our county with both non-instructional and professional days. We start our school year with our Student Transition Day on August 25th. Our first day of school for all students is August 26th. We have 12 days off for winter break, just like we will for this year, December 24th through January 4th, which means we'll go back to school on January 5th. And our last day of school for students will be Wednesday, June 17th. I'm very excited for our innovative school year calendar for Arcola Elementary School. I actually got to have my last planning session with them yesterday afternoon about the build for their calendar. They are a wonderful group to work with. They take this work very seriously, and they're very thoughtful in terms of their students, staff, and families and how they build their calendar. And as you can see, their Student Transition Day, which they were very excited about including for their school, is Monday, July 7th. And then their first day of school for all students will be Tuesday, July 8th. And then the rest of the school year, the extended breaks align with the traditional calendar.
And so in close, as we prepare to open for discussion with the board, we do recommend to you the traditional and innovative school year calendar, with the traditional calendar being 181 days, with the entrance of a student transition day, which is non-instructional, the winter break cited as stated there, and then the very first day of school actually being on Tuesday, August the 26th, and our last day being on Wednesday, June 17th. Thank you so much. We turn it over for board discussion.
Thank you, staff, for your presentation. And here I want to give a shout out to Ms. Wolf, who is a member of our Policy Management Committee, who worked very closely with staff, and who worked very closely with our staff in developing this calendar, which it's always a challenge to try to balance our academic priorities with the cultural, religious, and community commitments that our staff and student family has. And now I'm going to go to comment. I'm going to go to Ms. Wolf first.
Listen, you all have worked very hard on this calendar, and we really appreciate the work that was done. I also want to thank Ms. Mandrowski. I happen to know she's watching because she wanted to know the outcome, because being the head of the policy committee is a lot of work. So being the only remaining member, I want to thank her and thank you. I just have one question. Since we sent it from the policy committee back for final, it was a full transition day, and I know we raised a lot of questions. Can you just go back a minute and explain exactly what that's looking like now? Because I do know that there needed to be, I thought, some changes at least because of some equity concerns. So.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Wolf, and thank you for the guidance you and the rest of the Policy Management Committee provided us over the last year. We did start off with a full transition day, and I do want to also rewind, because when we originally talked about the transition day, we also talked about including special education, students who receive special education students, as well as our emerging multilingual language students as well. A couple of things came up. I'll go back and share that when we started talking to our principals, they felt like if we included our students who receive special education services, as well as our emerging multilingual language students, they would be riding through the community on a bus, and they did not want that highlight on them. And so they were very mindful of, these are our students, we want this experience, but we didn't want to put a negative highlight on such a beautiful day. Does Does that mean that schools can include them? They can, but it is not something that as a district, we definitely want to bring forward. For the full day, we did start with a full day. Similar with the feedback, one of the themes that we heard was that if the children were here all day, people are very excited about this, really trying to determine if I was a staff member who only had 6th grade and everyone else had 7th or 8th grade, I'm kind of with these students all day. So we wanted to give schools an opportunity to really plan it out and be thoughtful around it. We also wanted to give people an opportunity to be thoughtful around what the rest of the day looked like, because that was a concern that came from the community as well. So we have some really powerful plans in place. We will assess it to see how it goes, to see because in our heads we see a possible transition to a full day, but we want to make sure that we're in good shape to be able to do that.
Okay, then my only other question is, when the calendar went out for public comment, it was a full day, right? So did the community really get to comment on it now being a half day and the reasoning behind it? Because from what I'm hearing, no, they really didn't.
They didn't get to fully comment on full to half day, but we had heard that feedback that I had shared with you earlier in the process. It continued to be a theme throughout the process, and we were going to plan around it and be able to put supports in place. And so when we started to make the shift after policy management, when we started to hear more about it, in our focus groups, we did get a lot of welcomed relief and thanks behind it.
And I think the only reason I ask is because now, this is just my personal opinion, you've created another problem, because now what are they going to do for the other half of the day for the parents that, are working? Because when they saw this, it was a full day. So I guess I'm a little bit concerned that there's no notice to them and they have not had an opportunity to weigh in on this. And I guess my question would be, does this have to be approved today? Because I thought we had to approve this in December.
That's by the state statute.
Yeah, and that's my big concern. They've had no opportunity to respond. And I do think, just like I thought, even that now you've created a problem for working parents, because what do they do, especially if they have a kindergartner for half a day?
So thank you, Ms. Wolf, for your comment. I'm going to give opportunity for my other colleagues to ask questions. I want to limit first round, just one question from each board member. We have a number of other items to go through. Ms. Matoya.
Okay, well, I do want to thank you for all the work that you've done. I know it's a lot of work, it's a lot to manage, and everyone has competing interests. I appreciate the color coding. As a parent of 2 young kids, if they can look at it and say, oh, it's green, fantastic. I echo the concerns as a working parent of 2 little kids, one who would have a transition day and one who wouldn't, that is going to be extremely challenging to the point where maybe one of my children can't go to the transition day, right? It's that serious. So I want to make sure that we understand that from a parent perspective. I also just have a clarifying question. On the color-coded calendar, there are yellow days that are GP, I forget the other one, but it's basically grading and planning. Do the kids go to school on those days or not? They do not, right? Okay, and that's what I thought, because I remembered from this year. So my concern there is that, especially for young children, that consistency of going to school is really important. And when we break that routine, it's really challenging, especially for kids who may have other challenges, perhaps children who are neurodivergent. When we get off of those routines, it can create challenges for the entire family. And so sometimes, especially in January of 2026, I see 2 weeks where we have 4-day weeks. And I understand because one's a holiday week, and then the next week, maybe it's because of the way the quarter ends. Maybe we can't solve that for this calendar, but in the future, can we just please consider those things? Because those types of schedules makes it very challenging for kids and families.
And we do agree. I think that's one of the operational considerations within the calendar. Some of the grading period and marking days are contractual agreements that we have with our Teachers Association. The end of the quarter, where there there's time built in for a full day of grading and planning. So those opportunities are available on those days. There are sometimes activities that are offered through Montgomery County government that some of our students do access for different variety of reasons, but you will see them spread throughout, but they do align with like the end of the quarter. They are contractual obligations that we are
and I recognize that, and with all due respect to the wonderful programs that Montgomery County Recreation does offer, not all of our families will qualify, not all of our children will fall within the age groups and various other things. So again, having opportunities for some to take advantage of those does not help all of us in the system. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Ms. Rivera-Alvin.
Thank you, because I actually saw you at the Montgomery Village Middle School, but you were busy, so I didn't want to bother you because you were really into explaining, and so thank you for the wonderful work, the community outreach. I truly, personally appreciate that because the feedback of parents and their voices is so important in this process. But with that being said, can you please reconsider the full day, transitional day? And I know that, you know, we still might miss some folks, and I know we're still going to have the issue of parents who might, but you know, in our communities, there's also not just a parent who can take the child, but there's also a grandparent who can take the child, or an uncle, or an aunt, or, you know, so can we, because I know you heard from the principals, but my concern is we did not hear from the parents. And to me, that is probably the most important voice in this, because they're the ones who are going to bring us the kids on transitional day. So if we, and I know this D-Day is today, but I'm just not comfortable approving the calendar without it being like a full day so our parents can take advantage of.
And if I can, and I appreciate the feedback that the board is bringing forward, and I would say that you do have an opportunity to make an alternate, you know, to make a recommendation for something to be added into this as you consider what you would like to move forward, whether it be today or another day.
Okay, I'm going to move to Ms. Sylvester.
Just around the transition day, I'm willing to try something new, so I can support that. Just wanted to better understand, like, what is the problem we're trying to solve by having a transition day?
There are a few things. In the years past, we've had a student orientation day on Thursday that has primarily been for secondary schools. The bulk of our secondary schools have participated, but not all of our secondary schools have participated because they may have done different things. The second piece is that not every student also can access it because there still may be families that are out of town, students may be in camp, they may be connected to other things that don't give them the space to be able to do that. The third part is we really haven't had a district-wide opportunity to really be thoughtful around bringing a level of equity to a level of experience for children who are new to buildings. Those transitional times, you know, we know are tough, especially at that, what is it, the K, the 6, and the 9 stages. And so this just creates a level of sameness. It gives us an opportunity for children to feel comfortable. We know that safety has been a big piece. Wellness has been a big component, and that gives us the chance to be able to do that through the transition
So
time.
I'm going to add on to that a little bit. Philosophically, and I'm mostly to blame for this, having had transition day in the last couple districts that I've worked in, and my compliments to Mrs. Edwards and her team for their reaction after the shock of you want us to do what to the calendar. I believe that every child is one adult away from being a huge success. And when we can foster really tight relationships between caring adults and kids, and between children and their peers, it helps to strengthen the school environment in a really meaningful way. Mrs. Edwards is absolutely right. The first day of school is just terrifying for the kids that are transitioning. And in the past, MCPS has had a kindergarten week or day in the spring prior to kindergarten to help with some of these transition activities. And no, this is not a panacea for kindergarten to do it all in one day or even to spread it out throughout a week. But when the whole school's attention is focused on kindergarten, and the whole school's attention is focused on 6th grade, and the whole school's attention is focused on 9th grade, the level of care and the level of support that we can give to really our a vulnerable group of kids making some pretty terrifying moves, it is a way that we can instill wellness. So the way that I'd ask the board to think about this and to look at this is through a couple of lenses. The first one is the wellness lens. The second one is from a parenting perspective of your child going to school and coming home, having a really fulfilling first day that's about them and their experience, not necessarily them, their experience, and the other 4 or 5 grades that are also in the building at the same time. The last piece is the part that Mrs. Edwards was talking about in regards to equity of access. To me, this is really important because there are a lot of our schools that have really robust orientation activities that their parents drive them to and that they're able to access, and they're really exciting and fun and accomplish a lot of the goals that we would like to accomplish with Transition Day. But there's a real limitation when transportation is not required or provided, and in this case we would be doing that, and making this an expectation versus an option. I think that that's a big difference, and the students that get marginalized in the way that we used to do things is really troublesome because it matches a lot of our historic trends with some of our most challenged students. So for us, this gives us an opportunity to give every kid the same kind of experience that only some kids have had access to in the past, and that's really what we're trying to do, is give everybody that great first day, that great fresh start, and that great first opportunity to connect with their peers and the adults in the building in a really meanberful way.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for the background.
Ms. Yang, you said one question, so I'll get back in the queue.
Thank you. Mrs. Zimmerman.
Thank you. Speaking from an educator's perspective, I really love the idea of a transition day. I think it'll be a really wonderful way to help our students. So thank you to everyone bringing that to the table. I do wonder, looking at the slides, I think it's slide 7, one of the things brought up was creating a timeline for planning and implementation. I'm wondering if that's including, is that county guidance coming from going to schools to say how this instructional day will be implemented, or I'm sorry, how this transition day will be implemented? How are we planning for instructional leadership teams to be involved? Is it specifically up to principals? How is this included? What's kind of our plan?
That's why the March 6th date is really important, thinking about Leadership Week, as well as any feedback that would be able to come from staff prior to them leaving before the end of the year. It would be inclusive of what it could look like, the things they need to take into account, and being able to provide information. In addition to that, it would be leveraging that information out to the community, because one of the items for feedback in terms of the themes was really thinking about clear. What does it mean? What does it's just a shift in terms of where it is and being able to provide that level of access.
I think my question gets more at how, will this look the same across every single school, or will there be abilities for differences between our schools?
There'll be abilities for differences. That was a key component that we heard from folks. No one wanted to lose their identity in this because there are traditions in schools. It gives people an opportunity to learn those traditions, to be comfortable with them. In terms of what some of those activities will look like, children may experience similar activities. You're going to meet your teachers. You're going to learn where things are, and what's important for 6th graders, we know, is being able to open your locker. So that will be standard. High schools, have shared around the pep rally is a big component, and students shared the opportunity, especially our older students, being able to talk with one another so that they can know the experiences of those locations. So same but different.
I don't have a question. I do just have a follow-up comment that I did notice that our calendar, we're missing 2 instructional Mondays at the beginning of the year. And that makes me think about some of our students that perhaps they're not going to meet their new art teacher until the 3rd week of school. I just want to elevate this, that it's something we need to be mindful when it comes to like grading and reporting and our students transitioning into those special area courses.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Stewart.
I just decided to put my light on because I was taking to heart what Dr. Taylor shared with us about how important this is to students. I just want to make sure, did you check in with and get feedback from EML and our special education families? Because I heard your concern from the principal side, but I just want to make sure that they are getting the opportunity to give feedback if they thought this would be very useful to lower their anxiety as well.
Why, yes, we have. So one of the things that I love about this work is that we have committees that are very formal, where we work with our internal groups who can give us access to our external groups. And so as soon as I am able, I try to get on the docket for all of the meetings with all of the different groups that represent, whether they are our families with students who receive special education services, our students who are emergent multilingual learners, and get their perspective. And that was something that was raised initially in one of those meetings as a concern. And we started to hear it again. I think for us, we have this intent where we want to do these amazing things, and sometimes we have to reflect on our impact and listen to our voices. And so that was something that we listened to different voices and heard similar messaging. And so that's when we decided to pause and reflect a little.
And I don't believe Miss Malchote's underselling herself. She did speak with SEAC. So I want to CCAC, I'm sorry. So I want to be clear about that. So she has engaged with specific families who have an advisory group around those particular areas. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Wolf?
I don't know if anyone else has comments, but I would like to make a motion that we clarify that the transition day is a full non-instructional day.
I'd like to second it.
I have some questions and discussion about that.
All right. Ms. Sylvester?
So I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding my colleague's concern. The likelihood that a family will have another sibling that is not in transition is high. So you're still going to have to get daycare for that child. So the fact that they're just going to go for half a day, you still have to stay home and take care of the other kids that are not in transition that first day of school. So to me, that it being a half day is not a big deal, because I'm going to have to miss a day of work to take care of the other kids that are not in the transition period.
If I could just offer clarification as a mom of 2 young kids, it's a lot easier to get full-day childcare than it is to get small chunks if you need it, or you may have to pay for the full day and then just have a couple of hours. So that means maybe you have to then leave work to go pick up the child from half daycare or all sorts of other arrangements. So logistically, it's easier to just, if we have something, it's all day versus parts of the day, which is one of the challenges we see with half-day preschool and things like that.
Thank you for sharing your thought. I'm going to go to Mr. Serrano.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to both ask my question and then comment on the motion. So my first question is, when we're talking about our orientation, do we have the numbers of the secondary and elementary schools who participated in it? Because when we talk about being a data-driven system, that's an important piece of data to know, because otherwise, how are we supposed to judge, where the inequities are within our system if we don't know which schools are doing it, which schools aren't doing it, and how many schools are doing it in total? So that's one part of it. In regards to the motion, I think this makes more sense in terms of being a full day, just as it allows for number one, for the actual implementation of both the school specific activities, right, that they might want to do that have already been, that if, a school has already been doing orientation, that already take up a half day, and then the other half day for MCPS to really coordinate with schools to work in planning on. One of the things that I had a question about, but is we talk about, not requiring our EML or special education learners to come on this transition day, or I'm guessing not really requiring any student, but allowing for them. So if we're allowing for our special ed and EML students to come on this day, was to stop us from also allowing, families with multiple sets of siblings to also go to the orientation day as well, so we can allow for students to, for families who are working to not have to spend a full day of childcare, but also allow for those students to see their teachers while still keeping the focus on, our kindergarten, 5th grade, 9th grade students. So that's my question, comment, all rolled into one.
We don't have the data with us that you requested around the number of schools that participated, secondary level or elementary level. So we don't have that with us. In terms of being able to offer children to be able to come to school or students to be able to come in, I would say that it does create an opportunity, but it may take away from the purpose of the day. And so, again, it would create a space where the schools would then have to be able to open up and be able to offer activities for those particular students that are there who are not attached to the identified grades. It created an opportunity for possible student service learning hours in terms of how they're participating in the transition day, and for it to be organized, but it would not be specifically programmed into what the children who are there are supposed to receive.
Thank you, Mrs. Savannah. Given the time, I want to ask any board member who have other questions that have not been brought up yet. Ms. Rivera-Alvin?
I don't have a question, but I'm just going to say, when you have multiple kids, as somebody who had a kindergarten, a 6th grade, a 9th grader at one point in their lives and was losing her mind, an all-day option makes sense. It makes sense because then you can actually be able to go through all 3 of them. So thank you.
I think everyone has an opportunity to ask questions and comment. Ms. Wolf have a motion on the table. Was that second?
Yes.
By Ms. Rivera-Alvin. I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of Ms. Wolf? Ms. Wolf, can you restate your motion because it has been a while?
Okay,
Mike, please.
I would like the calendar. I'm sorry. I would like you to clarify. I would like you to clarify that the transition day is a full day, non-instructional full day.
Okay, so your motion was approving this calendar
Yes, my
with a
motion is to approve it with the clarification that the transition day is a full day, non-instructional day.
Okay, and Ms. Rivera-Alvin second that, and all in favor, please raise your hand.
Sorry, I still have a question on this because those were 2 different motions that we just had. The first motion was to clarify this as a full day instructional day, but not to approve the calendar at the same time. And then the second motion was
to amend. Clarification doesn't need motion, Mrs. Savannah.
To approve it with the clarification.
To approve it with the clarification. Okay, can I ask my final question because I'm still concerned about this, right? I think there also needs to be a clarification in here that students who are not a part of this group can still come to this transition day, and if we as a system are creating this this problem per se, we need to be the ones who are actively working and seeking out solutions to solve
Ms.
that.
Savannah, that's your comment. You can do a separate motion after this motion has been voted. Then you can, if you have add-on, you can do a separate motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote for Ms. Wolf's motion that approve this calendar with the clarification that transition day is a full day. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 votes for it, and if you are against, please raise your hand. That's Ms. Silvestri. There's no abstaining. Thank you. The motion carry. Mr. Savannah, would you have more to discuss?
I mean, I'm gonna leave it at comments. I'm not gonna make it an amendment. But I really do want to emphasize. Okay, first, let me take a second and applaud you guys for your community outreach and the work that you guys have been doing. I really do want to recognize the work that you've been doing in this aspect because I think this is phenomenal work. I know you guys have been to a lot of different schools, been to a lot of different places. I've seen you guys everywhere, so I really do appreciate that. On the topic of this transition day, again, like I still have some serious like equity concerns over, you know, if we're trying to solve one equity problem and creating another, like, are we really solving the problem? Like, I don't understand how we can call it solving a problem when we're creating another one. So I really think that we do need to have some substantial community input on this. You know, we've approved it to be a full day, so we need to really make sure, and we work with our community to see what we can do to make sure our communities are being, you know, best impacted by this. They have the best experience with this that they can be, and we're not in the process of trying to create equity, creating more disadvantages for different subsections of our community. And again, being data-driven with our approaches, when we're talking about things like this, having the numbers behind it to really understand what decisions we're making and how they come to be.
Noted. Thank you.
Ms. Yang, I think when the policy committee sent this forward, we did ask that you have an evaluation report at the end of the first year as to whether or not there need to be changes again, because, you know, we still had some concerns about it. And I hear you, Mr. Saverna. I raised those questions in the policy committee, but right now we're just going to collect the data, as you say, on it to be sure. And please be sure that the parents get input on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand completely. I just want to make sure we're, you know, communicating with our stakeholders to make sure we're really getting the best engagement possible on this.
Thank you so much. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. We're going to move to item number 10, and which is another topic that our community is paying close attention to, and it's about the RFP for our boundary study. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you. This item was tabled at the November 21st meeting of the board, and this is in relation to contract for approval of our request for proposal number 4998.1, which was a boundary study consultant for further discussion at today's business meeting. There were several concerns and questions that were raised by the board at the November 21st meeting. We have taken that feedback. We thank the board for their feedback and consideration, and we're delighted to present another option for the board's consideration. As I shared 2 weeks ago, Montgomery County Public Schools will complete 3 major high school capital projects to be opened in August of 2027. The board adopted the boundary study scope to determine the service area for the reopening of Charles W. Woodward High School on March 28, 2023. This resolution was later revised on March 19, 2024 to include the updated timeline and hiring of a consultant to support MCPS staff with the boundary study process. Also on March 19th of 2024, the board approved the boundary study scope for the opening of Crown High School and the expansion of Damascus High School. So this has become a rather large project. Due to the extent of each boundary study, Montgomery County Public Schools issued a request for proposal to facilitate a boundary study review on behalf of the school system on September 9th, 2024. Today, we are revisiting the November 21st, 2024 discussion to follow up on points of clarity requested by the board and to provide our new board members with an opportunity to participate in this discussion. At the November 21st meeting, important questions were raised regarding program analysis, and I want to emphasize the equitable access of programs remains a high priority for me personally, and something that you'll see reflected in other presentations questions later today. While the scope of the boundary study does not include a detailed program analysis, I want to assure the board that our community that we will work to conduct this in-house because we have that capacity with our MCPS staff based on what the board's expectations were. It will be completed concurrently with the boundary study because this information is connected. Additional details, including the timeline and approach for the program analysis, will be shared at a future board meeting. At this time, I turn this over to our Chief of District Operations, Ms. Dana Edwards.
Hello again. We bring back to you, as Dr. Taylor shared, coming back, being responsive to the requests that we heard the last time we discussed our proposal with the board around the vendor for the boundary study, and we wanted to be able to provide some clarification as well as some follow-up from next steps. We will start with the follow-up items to be able to talk through those, be able to provide some detail, and then be able to shift into a conversation based on the board request with the recommended vendor and having an opportunity to have some discussion and to ask some questions. I'll turn it over to Mr. Mahmood.
Good afternoon. So we want to start our presentation today with a follow-up on the requests we heard regarding the specificity of what is included in the scope of the boundary study consultant. So specifically, what is included in the scope are 6 specific tasks. And we will go in a little bit detail about each of those tasks. The initial task is going to be projection consultation and data validation, which includes kickoff meetings with MCPS, collecting and reviewing MCPS data regarding enrollment projections, and integrating MCPS student data into the consultant's enrollment modeling application, and ongoing check-in meetings with MCPS steering committee throughout the duration of the project. The next task is going to be developing a community engagement process. This is going to include meeting with MCPS steering committee to develop a plan for community engagement process, and then the consultant will be submitting a community engagement plan for the review and approval by the board before that plan is implemented. The next task is going to be providing impartial analysis of boundary study options. And that includes comprehensive school boundary and feeder pattern analysis for the district's middle and high schools within the boundary study area, which we will talk about a little bit more about which schools are included a little bit later in the presentation, and up to 16 draft attendance area boundary scenario updates and data visualizations corresponding to each of those draft options to illustrate an evaluation of the developed options against the policy factors, which we'll again cover in a slide in a few minutes. A final scenario with data visualizations will also be included under this task. And then the next task, which is going to be the facilitating the boundary study community engagement process. This is going to include in-person facilitation for up to 10 boundary steering committee meetings with planning and follow-up, development and launch of an interactive publicly available web tool to give the community an opportunity to view the draft maps, options, and provide feedback throughout using an online survey. And at least 3 online surveys launched during the different rounds of open houses. The survey results will be included in the boundary study report and presented to the boundary committee as well as to the superintendent and the Board of Education. Up to 4 rounds of 8 open houses for a total of 32 open house meetings with the community. This is one of the things that we talked about in the previous meeting, the number of meetings, and we have told them to increase the number of meetings, so we're now contemplating up to 32 meetings with the community. During this meeting, the consultant will work with the district team to inform parents, the media, and the community about the open houses, provide written and printed materials for the open houses, provide virtual meeting facilitation for virtual meetings, as well as providing meeting materials, agendas, presentations, and creating digital versions of large format maps for the illustration that could be used for the community members to come up and look at individual options. And then also included under this task is going to be the final boundary report, which includes the data visualization for the final scenario, including maps and tables. Task number 5 would be the coordinating superintendent's recommendation, which it will include a virtual meeting with Dr. Taylor and the district team to discuss the final report and any revisions to the final report as needed, and revisions up to 2 boundary scenarios and supporting the superintendent and the district team to develop the implementation plan for the boundary study outcome. And then the final task is going to be attending the board meetings, which includes at least 2 public hearings and board decision meeting virtually for presentation, as well as providing support to help the board make the decision on the boundary study. This is all the tasks that are specific to this contract that we have asked the vendor to provide pricing on. I'll now pass it back to Ms. Edwards to provide follow-up on some other issues that we discussed during the November meeting.
Mr. Mamoon shared with you the scope of work for the recommended vendor. In Dr. Taylor's opening, he also talked about a separate scope of work that is not a part of what the recommended vendor would focus on, which would be taking a look at the equitable distribution of our programs within Montgomery County Public Schools. And so this is a separated body of work from the actual work that we want the vendor to be able to conduct that would focus more so on the boundary component within the district. We separated this out for 2 reasons. One, it would allow the vendor to be able to have a sole focus on the breadth and depth of the complexities of the boundary study that we need, to be able to really focus on the level of engagement, the level of analysis, and the level of recommendations that we do need to bring forward to meet the identified visions and needs based on the resolutions that were passed regarding this boundary study. The second piece is that the scope of the boundary study is not inclusive of the entire county. Because the scope of the boundary study is not inclusive of the entire county, this particular view of really looking at the distribution of our programs and the access of our programs would include the entire county. And so Dr. Taylor did share that this work would be conducted by MCPS staff. We're not asking for the vendor that we're recommending to the board today to be able to do that. The recommendations from this particular scope of work would help us to inform the decisions that would need to be made for the boundary study. In looking at this, the development of the scope and development of this project would need to be completed, and as shared earlier, it would run concurrently with the boundary study. We would need to take the time to be able to identify the program offerings in Montgomery County Public Schools, determine what is the level of access and distribution of those programs across our district, focused on enrollment, race, free and reduced meals, and geographical location. And then really analyzing whether all students have that equitable access in order to make recommendations. And so as a follow-up from our last meeting, being able to identify this, but also identifying it as separate work, not connected to what the recommended vendor that we bring forward to you today would do, but identify it as work for district staff to be able to move forward. A third follow-up from our meeting with the board on November 21st really focused on it. There were a few big areas of input and areas that we wanted to bring forward and clarify. And really this slide, when I look at it, it deals with a couple of things that we have talked about throughout the year: trust, transparency, knowledge, and communication. The work we are endeavoring doing within the next couple of months will take transparency, and we are committed to that. We know that it will be difficult in terms of the conversations that we have. We know that we will be talking about things that will get down to the core of what many of our employees, students, staff, and family members will bring forward in order to give opinions, make recommendations, and provide a recommendation to the board for a decision. It's going to take knowledge, but it's going to take more so trust and transparency. The board passed a policy in February of 2023, policy ABA, that's our guide for community engagement. And this is going to take a huge level of community engagement. And so we made some big strides in terms of being able to clarify some of the many areas that you brought forward around this. I'm actually going to start in the reverse. One of the big components was that thinking that 10 sessions was not enough to be able to really dig in, gain input, and I use the word input through this, to be able to provide us some good recommendations and feedback as we shift from input to feedback, to be able to provide us the knowledge that we need to be able to effectively collaborate and engage to bring forward recommendations. We have increased and are looking to up to 32 sessions that would include in-person, virtual, large, as well as focus groups. And what we talked about a little bit in the calendar presentation, being in a big space talking about this, being in a virtual space knowing that people access this differently, but also being in focus groups to really hear from people in different ways. We cannot do this or design this without first being able to co-develop this plan with the vendor, the recommended vendor, and really thinking through it through the lens of ABA. If I think about ABA, it has different stages. And one of the biggest stages that really takes us to trust is that opportunity to collaborate and engage. And that is the purpose and that is the vision that we will be able to provide our recommended vendor in order to do that. We want to be able to continue to collaborate and integrate our MCPS staff and community partners through the creation of a steering committee that will be inclusive of various members of our community, as well as internal staff that will really help us to guide us through what we need to do in the coming months or the coming year. And then finally, we want to make sure that whatever engagement schedule that we have, that we publish it early, we put it out there and we publish it often so people can reserve the time on their calendars to be able to be present and to have the opportunity to be engaged in the way that we know would be successful for this particular study.
So yeah, we are here to present that recommendation that Dr. Taylor and Ms. Edwards already talked about, to approve Flow Analytics as our vendor to provide support for the boundary study process in the opening of Crown High School, as well as the Damascus High School expansion and reopening of Charles W. Woodward High School. Flow Analytics will follow the board policy FAA, which is the Educational Facilities Planning, and MCPS regulation FAA-RA to comply with the district's educational facilities planning process throughout the boundary study. The vendor, Flow Analytics, has experience in the state of Maryland, in Harford County, as well as experience with large and diverse school districts such as the School District of Philadelphia. Their subcontractor, Bloom Planning, will provide robust and clear, culturally proficient community engagement that aligns with the board policy ABA that Ms. Edwards just mentioned for community engagement. So based on our conversations after our November meeting with the vendor, we have received an updated proposal. We did request Flow Analytics to expand the number of community engagement sessions from 10 to 32, as we already mentioned. The community engagement plan will be presented to the board prior to implementation. And while this adjustment does ensure more robust engagement, it also increases the overall project cost for this effort. We're recommending a contract amount for the vendor's updated price proposal for $1,120,683, which is an increase of roughly $115,000 from the previous presentation, which included a $605,000 base contract plus an allowance of $400,000. So this increase is about $115,000 from the previous presentation. Funding source for this is going to be the facility planning line item that is already in our capital budget. And then we are recommending approval of the award to the boundary study consultant, Flow Analytics, and we would like to request that we establish a project spending limit of $1.3 million total. I'll pass this on to Mr. Connolly now for a quick review of the history and the timeline of this boundary study.
Good afternoon. So here's a timeline that shows how we got to where we are at. Since we do have a few new faces, welcome. We look forward to working with you throughout this process. I think Dr. Taylor did a fantastic job highlighting all the key dates and actions, so you can see the 3 approved resolutions and when we put out the RFP, and ultimately why we are here today, which is the recommendation for to approve the RFP. Go ahead. As Ms. Edwards mentioned earlier in the presentation, we want to assure the board and the public that, we are going to do our public engagement approach through board policy ABA, and we are fortunate to work with Ms. Edwards and Ms. Malchody with their fantastic community engagement strategies. Also, throughout this boundary study process, we will align with Educational Facilities Planning Policy, which is Board Policy FAA. Within Policy FAA, there are 4 factors to be considered when changing school boundaries, which you can see on this slide. The first factor is demographic characteristics of student population, which takes into account demographic data such as racial, ethnic composition, socioeconomic composition, the level of English language learners, and other reliable demographic indicators. The second factor is geography, which takes into account the physical proximity for the communities to their schools. And the third factor is stability of school assignments over time, which considers recent boundary studies, which ultimately we want to limit to minimize disruption to students' education. Last but not least, the fourth factor is facility utilization. The main reason we are building 2 new high schools is because many of the adjacent high schools are overcrowded. So by opening these 2 new high schools, we will be relieving the overcrowding at multiple schools, and we will be using our resources wisely. Next slide. As I shared earlier, the schools that could possibly be affected by the 2 boundary studies has not changed. It is important to note that the service areas for the elementary schools will not be affected. So if you go to a certain elementary school now, you will continue to go to that elementary school, but the articulation to the middle and high school could be affected. And this is the Woodward boundary study scope. You can see the 8 high school clusters here, along with the middle schools that articulate to these 8 high schools. And for the new Crown High School and expansion of Damascus High School, you can see the 11 high school clusters, and they're articulating middle schools. I will hand it back over to Mr. Mamoon.
Thank you. So what would be the next steps once we receive approval today from the board would be first onboarding with flow analytics and Bloom planning, and then immediately start working on creating a community engagement plan that is broadcast widely as well as accessible to all our families and students and staff. We have, in that regard, already created a website you can see some screenshots from that website on this slide. And then we will be working together to create a culturally responsive community engagement with Bloom planning as well as flow analytics. And then we will be providing monthly updates about the progress of the boundary study to the Board of Education. So essentially, back to our original slide, this is the scope of work for the vendor that we are seeking approval for from the Board of Education, and we will turn it over now to the board for discussion.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I'm going to turn to my colleague for questions. I'm going to, from my left, Mr. Savan.
Thank you. So I have a lot of questions. I'm going to start with one, maybe please. 2, in order to let everyone have a chance. So last time when we last had this discussion, I asked for how big were we planning to have the steering committee. I didn't see it in this presentation, so I'm hoping like we can talk about that. And then how are the steering committee members picked? And so from what I understand, the steering committee is also a function of MCPS, not flow analytics. So this is something that we should have, if I'm not mistaken. So just providing some clarification on that. I'll leave that as my first question, and then we'll circle back around.
Thank you.
So the steering committee is a function of MCPS. It will include staff from all of our different departments and offices so that we have perspective. Transportation, curriculum, schools will be on there as well. In addition, we will look at all of our different advocacy groups that we have worked with over time to make sure that we have representation in that space. We don't have an exact number yet, but it will probably be anywhere from about 25 to 30 people that will be on that committee. And the rationale would be, one, we want to be able to filter back the things that we are hearing from the engagement sessions that we're having in the community large scale. What do we hear? What don't we hear? Who might we be missing? This also is a space where if there has been confusion about different things, this is the group to figure out how we work through that confusion. One, it also gives us an opportunity to make sure we don't miss any voices. When we did when we had community members as well as MCPS staff, there were about maybe 10 of us, or maybe 8 or 10 of us that served on the committee when we looked at the RFP. We asked questions with the vendor and we kind of really interrogated and looked at the things that we wanted. It was helpful to have people there who had specific feedback and knowledge of the groups that they represent. It also gives us an opportunity to have inroads into those spaces that we may not think about, and to be able to make sure, as we've heard and we know the interest of the board is around, that we don't miss an opportunity to make sure that we have the true level of engagement that's there. So it's a plus for us, I would say. It is in addition to what Flow Analytics is going to do for us, but it is our space. Flow Analytics is pretty much works for us. And so the good part is that committee would be able to provide recommendations and guidance so that they're not missing anything, and staying true to the values that we have here. And there they are on the screen here in MCPS.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Silvestri.
The slide that we just had up, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet, provide options to support the superintendent's recommendation. Does that mean that they will actually provide the different boundary options that the community will vet and the board will eventually select?
So if you look at the 3rd bullet, that's where the options are going to be created and be presented to the communities. And obviously there are going to be surveys at each of those, after each of those sessions when we present the options and to get feedback from the community. The superintendent's recommendation is the recommendation that comes to the board at the end of this with the boundary study report for the board to consider. And that's when the hearing opens. So that part provides support for that recommendation to the board from the, from all the other options that has been taken to the communities and feedback received.
But who is generating the options? The consultant or MCPS?
So the options are going to be generated because they have the technical capabilities to create the maps and the data that correspond to individual maps. So when you change a map, obviously, each of the data points changes. So those are going to be created by Flow Analytics with input from the steering committee as well as feedback from the community.
Thank you. That answers my question.
I'm going to go to Ms. Wolf.
I have several questions, but I guess we're doing one right now.
Yes.
And that one is, I want to understand, so you're going to do a program analysis that's separate and concurrent. I understand that. But are they going to be moving around boundaries without consideration of where the programs are currently placed?
No, that they would not be doing that. We would have to be able to provide some information to them in order to be able to support the options that they would make.
I guess I'm having a hard time in seeing how that's actually going to work. If you've got this hand doing one thing and this hand doing something else, but they need to be doing it together, or else we'll end up in the same spot with East County being left out again.
Yeah, so I can illuminate some of that. One, the program analysis piece in terms of enrollments and placement of what we existingly already have is very much within our capacity, and we do not need to pay for or to spend money on that. We can provide that very early on and very preliminarily to the selected partners if the board votes to accept this RFP as the selected company. That being said, it is important for us to keep in mind when we're considering the boundaries that is only part of the county and that our programs really impact all of the county. So the program analysis being in-house is particularly a good idea for us because we can keep in consideration the schools that are also not affected and also make that part of recommendations that we bring forward to the board versus the very narrow scope of this boundary study only impacting certain schools.
Okay, I'm going to watch and see, but I would also ask that if you report monthly on the boundary studies, that you report on the sort of integration between what you're doing on the right hand and what they're doing on the left hand, because I'm having a little bit of a difficult time trying to understand how that's going to work. I'm going to be honest. And yes, but the only part of the county left out of this boundary study is the Northeast Consortium. And so, you know what my concern is about that.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Ms. Matoya.
Thank you. In reference to the 6 points, which are the scope of the boundary study, point number 4, to facilitate a boundary study, culturally competent community engagement. How? I don't feel like I've heard that yet, and I feel like maybe that was even a question asked previously. Is the idea that the steering committee will help to facilitate that? And if so, how do we ensure that that MCPS established steering committee is not just, and I mean this with all the respect in the world, the same people that are always invited to the table?
Can I just follow up on that? Because I have that as my second question. No, that is literally my second question. And I was going to suggest that could we see who's going to be on the steering committee before you make any offers out to the public?
Absolutely.
Because it's the same old people all the time.
Absolutely. We would definitely share the list of who's on the steering committee. We will keep the board apprised of what is happening monthly in terms of the engagement and the process that's happening. And Ms. Wolf, to your point, included in that the updates regarding the boundary study and when the work starts to intersect. Because you're absolutely correct in terms of the scope of the boundary study is one thing, but the work around the programs is all inclusive, and it does have to intersect in order for us to do that. So we can provide that information in terms of the recommendations for the steering committee to be able to seek any additional input and or feedback.
Okay, so and just to be clear then, the answer to my question is the how for Flow Analytics to provide culturally competent engagement is the MCPS steering committee. On their own as the vendor, do they have a plan in place? What is their cultural makeup of their, I mean?
They're on.
Fantastic.
If we could flip to them, please.
That's my question.
Hi, so I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Rebecca Layock, and I am here with my colleague, Kate Doran. We are with Flow Analytics. Unfortunately, our subcontractor, Bloom Planning, Ingrid Boucher, is on a plane right now, so she was not able to attend. And we've worked with her both in the School District of Philadelphia as well as Harford County Public Schools, and are really impressed by the work that they do, especially on the culturally relevant communications piece. And I don't want to speak completely for Ingrid and her team's planning processes, but one of the things that they really do well at the beginning is to dive deep into an understanding of the communities in which we work. So we have several touch points planned with not only district staff, but larger community outreach events to ensure that we are able to have an understanding of your community, and particularly where there are maybe marginalized voices that don't necessarily have input into processes in traditional means, and creating methods to be able to ensure that those voices are heard. And so that can look like different ways. Sometimes that's individualized focus groups. Sometimes that is particular outreach. We've had cases where we have worked with community leaders to reach out to particular groups of individuals. So it really depends on each community, but we create those tailored processes to ensure that all the voices that should be not only aware of this process, but have an opportunity to provide feedback are able to be included. And that's very important to us as a company, and it's very important to Bloom as a company as well.
Thank you so much for your response. I have to be honest, I'm not completely satisfied, but I await the other comments and questions of my colleagues.
Ms. Stewart?
Yes, I just want to start with a comment first that I want to concur the steering committee definitely needs to be open and transparent, and I would like for there to be a check-in with the board as that develops. Also, there was actually a rumor that the steering committee had already started to being formed because there was some confusion that the RFP review group was the steering committee. So I just wanted to emphasize that the steering committee has not been formed yet. Correct? Okay. And then you can respond, and I did have a question.
Sure. Thank you for raising that. No, it has not.
Okay, thank you. And then my question is something totally different, but in the memo that includes the actual resolution, task 4, which is facility boundary study community engagement, on item C, it says the survey results will be included in the redistricting report. And then later in E, it says there's a final boundary report. Is the redistricting report and final boundary report different? Are the same thing? And did you really mean, anyway, could you just explain the difference between the redistricting report and the final boundary report?
Yeah, they're actually the same, so that is a good catch. It should read, both of them should read the boundary study report.
Okay, so if we could just make that change, because believe me, people will get confused very easily, especially as they look at this carefully. So thank you so much for that clarification.
All right, I'm going to turn to this side. Mr. Serrano, do you still have a question?
Yeah, so I mean, I do have a question around, first, I want to make a comment and just say, we heard earlier from students about, boundary segregation and like how that has been impacting our county over a longer period of time. So nice to see that, just kind of bringing that back together to say, this is something that we are working on actively within this redistricting process. The other part of it is, one of the questions that was brought up earlier was Damascus still has a to be determined date, right, within its construction, and it's included within the scope, not just as a school within the scope, but as a school, where its construction impacts the scope. So how can we, accurately create boundaries, right, for that school when we still don't have a timeline on the construction or the seats that might be added?
Yeah, so basically we have looked at, and Mr. Conley can talk about the history of, what was discussed earlier about the Damascus. So we do know that part of the county does require, some relief as far as the enrollment is concerned. So as part of this study, we can look at the scope, which could be eventually be put into the Damascus's expansion in the future. Right now, it's not in our CIP. I think it's 2029 is when the construction funds.
Yeah, that's correct. The construction funds start in FY29, and when this resolution was approved, Damascus's completion date was August of 27 as well. So the original scope was adding 750 seats to relieve Clarksburg High School and possibly other high schools nearby. But this would require a phased implementation because it's not opening in August of 27, which is challenging.
Yeah. I mean, understanding that, I'm one of the students that goes to Clarksburg High School. I have firsthand experience. I've been through boundary changes myself before. I've gone to 6 different schools, right? I think we need to be really careful and meaningful about how we, approach this phase implementation. I understand that this is something that's just a reality, right, of what's going to happen, but doesn't mean that it means that we still have to do it well, right, in order to make sure that we're accurately, representing our constituents. So I just want to share those concerns there, and then also just a comment, but make sure that we're looking at, the students who may live in that zoning, but don't go to schools within that zoning, right? For various different reasons, whether it's magnet schools or other. I think that's really important because we may not be really capturing the true size of need within that community, And that's more of a more substantive, comment, but just one I'm also going to make now as well.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera-Ovens.
Thank you. So last time we met, we had some specific questions, specifically about the engagement with our diverse communities. So I'm a bit disappointed that there's no representative from Bloom, because one of the things that you told us was that they were going to have a subcontractor that was going to have the experiences to do this. So without being able to ask them, I saw that they listed that they had some experience with Harford County and so on. But I remember asking specifically that I wanted to know what either an example of their plan of engagement was with the diverse communities that they had previously done it. So help me out. Was Bloom also involved in the last redistricting that we did up county? Were they part of that group? Does anybody? Do we have that?
You mean with Seneca Valley, Clarksburg?
Yeah.
No, we did that in-house.
We did that in-house.
No contractor was involved.
Oh, okay. It wasn't great, by the way, but I know, but I just want to, I still have my scars on there because, yeah. So, but we are going to have a communications advisory group that I'm going to chair. So, yeah, we'll but I'm still disappointed because, although, Harford County is a great county, they have a population of 30,000 plus people. We have a population of almost 160,000 students who speak 160 languages. So I wanted to know the experience that Bloom had. And I know they did, I think it was Philadelphia District, right? Which is one of the largest schools in the country. I think they're like 52% Latino and so on. So it would have been really helpful to us to have a good example. They knew about this meeting. I don't know if they just got told, but we knew that this was coming for a while. But it just would have been really helpful, even if she could not be here, to have somebody second in command to be on the call and say, our experience has been this, and this is what we plan to do. Because at the end of the day, we are going to have to make some really hard calls. And I really want to hear the voices, not just of the Latino community, but we have a large Mandarin-speaking community in these boundaries. We have Amharic. We have French Creole. So we really have a little United Nations in our county. And I just want to make sure that, I know Flow Analytics is analytical. They're going to tell us exactly the numbers of when, it's very analytical. I get that. But bringing the other part of, the other expertise to the table, to me, it's important for people who truly have expertise, and not to be able to see that or know that, it makes me a little bit uneasy.
Thank you.
So,
Dr. Taylor.
Couple things, which I hope will assuage some of the concerns, because I think we all want to have really robust and need really robust and comprehensive and culturally responsive communication and engagement with this process in particular. One of the deliverables that is in this RFP is a communication plan and an engagement plan. So we should be bringing this back to the board for your review. In the defense of the vendor who's online and the one that the subcontractor who's not, they don't work for us yet. So there is that. We do have some tools and some policies which help govern the work, but they're not on the clock yet until you say so. So they should be generating some of this stuff for us, and it should meet your expectations, and it does need to align to your policy, and it needs to be concrete. And we have an anti-racist and culturally responsive toolkit that is a part of our system that is a great tool that can be utilized. And so I think our expectation, and it should be the expectation of the board, you're asking the right questions. The expectation needs to be that when the engagement plan is developed as part of the deliverables in the RFP, that it does come back to the board and that the board has a chance to opine and add value to it.
Thank you,
Dr. Taylor.
I'm going to go to last two board members for question. Ms. Wolf.
I don't really have a question. Maybe I do, but I think what concerns me and what Ms. I always just want to say Grace is trying to get to. It is, and she just won't come out and ask it. When I looked at your website, I don't see diversity of staff. Therefore, I'm having difficulty understanding how you're going to connect to our communities, because I can tell you we need to see people that look like us coming out to talk to us, because there is a trust issue here. There's a trust issue with all of our diverse communities. It doesn't matter which one it is. We need to know that when you go up to Gaithersburg, you've got some Hispanic staff with you. When you go over to Burnt Mills, that area, you've got somebody that can speak Amharic, I think. You know, when you go down, is it Potomac, that they can speak Chinese, Japanese. When you come over to the East County, you've got a number of French Creole-speaking people there. I just don't see it, and that's what I'm looking for. So it would help me when you submit a communication plan, and I would just like to know the diversity of the people who are going to be implementing the plan and where. Thank you. Not a question.
Ms. Stewart.
Okay, sorry to change the subject a little bit, but I just want to make sure Northwood gets a shout out here, because when they open, they'll actually have 600 seats beyond their current enrollment. So, you know, we mention Damascus, but we don't mention that Northwood is actually a big part of this boundary study. And I know it's not in the label of the resolution for some reason, but I just want to elevate it, because again, when you don't say it out loud, rumors start, which I know this is Montgomery County, that's what happens. So I just want to make sure that Northwood will also be included in especially with the capacity issues in Down County.
Yes. My question will be, first of all, I see that the allowance has been reduced in this new proposal, and I applaud that. But I would like to learn a little bit more about, for the allowance part, last presentation, it was for community engagement. I see that has been largely moved to the base project cost. So can you share with me what deliverables are we envisioning happening in the allowance portion of this contract?
So we went over the scope and talked about the number of options that are included in their base scope. And at the same time, when they submitted their proposal, they also gave us some hourly rates. So, I mean, we're just trying to prepare ourselves for some scenarios where maybe one or two extra options are not enough. We might need to come back to do more analysis for a different option that the board might want to look at. So we just wanted to have the spending authority to be able to use the unit rates that we have already received from the consultant as part of the proposal to, issue them an authorization to go do some additional work that is not included. So the scope is very specific, which was presented in the resolution. So anything beyond that, if we had a deliverable, if we said that we wanted to see, after the number of options that are included, if we wanted to see more additional options, that we had the opportunity to go back.
So thank you for that clarification. So that the deliverable listed are in the base budget. If the board or during the project there are other things we would like to do, that will be the use of the allowance portion. Thank you for
correct.
that. Okay, so I think that.
Zimmerman had a
Okay, make exception for one time, Ms. Zimmerman.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up a concern with the RFP language in Task 4, Item D, where we discussed it, but it says up to 4 rounds of 8 open houses. My concern of it saying up to 4 is that leaves opportunity for less than 32. If we're thinking about 19 clusters, then that's less than 2 engagement opportunities for each cluster. My concern is that already I am concerned that 32 might not be enough, but especially if there's the opportunity to reduce that, I have a big concern there.
So as we already talked about, as part of their communications plan under Task 2, they're going to be giving us that engagement, and it will include the number of meetings at that time. So we don't anticipate reducing the number of meetings. We just wanted to point out that that's the number of meetings included in their price proposal.
Okay, yes, I understand that it's a deliverable and that's what we'll see forward, but I do want to stress that that 32 is really kind of a minimum point.
Thank you.
I know that Ms. Savannah has something that he really needs to say.
Yeah, so something short. I just wanted to thank Flow Analytics for being with us. We understand that we haven't contracted you yet, but just wanted to thank you all for spending your time here with us today.
All right, so can that conclude the comment and question section? Does staff have a resolve to read?
I do. Before I read the resolve, I do want to, I know this is the second time we've been in front of the board with this. I also want to just rewind to say, I know we've kind of been talking about this since 2023 in terms of the boundaries, the opening of new schools, and, you know, what we're doing really does take the level of commitment and the push that the board has brought to this conversation on 2 times. So we do thank you for that. As we went through this process, we had the same level of tenacity and push. And so we do not want to bring to our district anything other than what we deserve, which is the best opportunity to be able to hear from every single person, from every single ethnicity, as well as race, gender, and all of the other diversity areas that we value. And so we will drive from a space, and that's a part of really being thoughtful around, as Dr. Taylor said, flow doesn't work for us yet, but when they do, as well as bloom, we want to be able to drive the expectations and make sure that we fill the gaps of the areas that we have highlighted today. And so we spent a lot of good time with them, making sure that we're able to do that, but our commitment is to be able to develop plans that will meet those levels of need. So we do thank you for the conversation, and we do have a resolve if you're ready, President Yang.
Go ahead.
So be it resolved that Montgomery County Public Schools enter into a contractual agreement with Flow Analytics to conduct and facilitate a school boundary study in the base contract amount of $1,120,683 and total spending authority of $1.3 million to add optional services as required or requested based on the unit rates provided by Flow Analytics.
We have a resolve, and then I'll call for the vote. Ms. Wolf, do you have something?
No.
I said move approval.
Okay.
No, I don't have a question. You seconded? Oh, second.
Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Against, please raise your hand. Abstained? 1. Thank you, everyone. We just finished item 10. I'm going to call for 5 minutes of recess. We'll be back here at 3:45. Thank you, everyone. everyone. We are back. Thank you for sticking with us. And then we are going to move to our item 12. It's action on board policy. I'm going to pass the mic to Ms. Wolf, who is the acting policy management committee chair. Ms. Wolf.
Thank you. You know, we've been doing a lot of work on our investigative process since, you know, the OIG issued their report. And actually, we started working on this way before the OIG issued their report. And I think that's very important for people to know that we took the lead and took the initiative to begin to make changes. So in aligning our work with the recommendations of the Montgomery County Office of the Inspector General, the Policy Management Committee reviewed draft policy GCB, Investigation of Allegations of Employee Misconduct, at its November 14th meeting. The policy was developed to establish the board's expectations for employee conduct, the board's core principles guiding MCPS's investigations of employee misconduct, and the purpose and approach MCPS will take when investigating misconduct. The Policy Management Committee is now recommending that the draft policy be approved by the full board for tentative action and sent out for public comment. So now I'll ask Dr. Taylor if he wants to say a few words.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Actually, I just would prefer to pass it off to Ms. Key and her team to update the board on this policy update.
Staff, please introduce yourself first so that before the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the new board members. My name is Leslie Turner Percival. I'm a legal director in the Office of General Counsel.
My name is Sally Davis. I'm the supervisor of policy and regulations in the Office of the General Counsel.
April Key. I'm chief OHRD.
Good afternoon, James Kutzos, acting director with the Department of Compliance and Investigations.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
President Yang, Superintendent Taylor, members of the board. Just want to start off by saying how much I appreciate this team and the work that they've put into this policy. I think it is going to guide us in our future endeavors and really improve our processes. I'll turn it over to Sally Davis.
Good afternoon, President Yang, Vice President, Ms. Rivera-Oven, and members of the board. So just if we can go to the next slide. As Ms. Wolf said, the step one in the life of the policy is the first action taken by the Policy Management Committee. So what we're here to do today is step two in the life of the policy. Tentative action is the first full board action, and it gives staff the permission to publish the draft for public comment. So this is the stage where comments are collected, analyzed, and prepared for review by the committee again, and who will further analyze and consider these revisions and prepare a committee draft for the full board's final action. So just to be clear, you're not approving a policy today except to give us permission to put it out. So I'll turn now to Ms. Key.
Thank you. If I can take you to page 1 of the draft, you'll see that the purpose of the policy is to establish guiding principles for MCPS's approach to conduct and misconduct. First is a clear statement of expectation for employee conduct that they adhere to published rules. Second is the board's commitment to non-discrimination and equity in MCPS's application of these rules, including non-discrimination and equity in the conduct of investigations. I'll hand it off now to Mike.
Thank you, Ms. Key.
And can we get the next slide, please?
Yes, thank you. What follows are the criteria for excellence and professionalism in investigation, starting with a clear statement of what an investigation will and will not do. Let's be clear, an investigation is fact-finding. It is not a determination of misconduct. That role belongs to a decision maker who is not the investigator. This definition provides structure
for the rest of the document. The objectivity and professionalism of investigators should never be in question. And to this end, you will see an expectation that investigators are to be qualified, impartial, unbiased, and free of any conflict of interest. The use of thorough in this draft policy is quite intentional and requires investigators not just to establish key facts, but to push for gaps in evidence and resolution of omission and inconsistencies. We could move to the next slide. Pushing to identify gaps and inconsistencies requires professional expertise in a wide array of skills. The list of professional qualifications starts on line 64, requiring that investigation unit possess background in employment law, school administration, investigation, Maryland certification requirements, and performance evaluation, among other skill sets. That's why we deliberately wrote the policy to emphasize that the investigation unit as a whole will possess these areas of expertise and engage in ongoing professional development to continually expand these skills. If we can move to the next slide. First, it's important to state that MCPS didn't wait for this policy to act upon the requirements and recommendations of the Office of the Inspector General, as Ms. Wolf alluded to earlier. We updated our internal practices, including our our actual internal investigations manual. We revised the Employee Code of Conduct that was published in August. And we collaborated with liaisons from the Office of the Inspector General to resolve and close 3 of the 5 findings and recommendations. Among the priorities we received from the board and the OIG was a case management process, which you'll see detailed starting at line 44. It includes a confidential public hotline managed externally, case tracking of self-identified and anonymous reports, investigation of all complaints, and the investigation of anonymous complaints with the same procedures and thoroughness based on all the relevant information available. What you see in this policy language is the next step. The board making it clear that these shall all be built out into implementing procedures, and in a manner that allows these procedures to be readily adapted for improvements in techniques and shifting legal compliance obligations. With that, we'll pause for your comments and discussion.
Thank you. I'm going to go from this mic to my right. Any comments from my colleagues or questions? To my left, Mr. Serrano.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make one clarifying question. Just to be clear, this policy would also apply to students who are alleging misconduct for employees as well, correct?
So typically, if students are making that allegation, they're reporting it to a trusted adult within the building, and then that information would come to our office for potential investigation.
Okay, got it. So if a student were to use like a system like Lighthouse or State Schools, would it be the same process then? It would just come to your office directly?
So if they go through the Lighthouse process, we are alerted to that by the individuals monitoring Lighthouse, and so we would be engaged in the process at that point as well.
Okay, got it. But just to be clear, entirely clear, policy as it's written also applies to students, correct?
So I'm going to make sure that I give everyone at the table an opportunity to engage in that conversation around policy. Ms. Davis?
So if you're talking about reports coming in, reports come in from anywhere, right? So that's the point of the external process, but I'm going to not get into what I don't know about how the Lighthouse works.
So just to be clear, that any complaint of misconduct will be addressed. It doesn't matter who submits it.
Okay, got it. Perfect. I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri?
Just wanted to clarify that we did not, this is a brand new policy. We did not have one before. Is there a related policy that covered this topic or not at all?
We did not. We had internal procedures. I think DCI has had internal procedures for a very long time. There is a body of regulations. There's a regulation on reporting fraud. There is a regulation on employee ethics and conflict of interest. So as far as the protocols for investigation, that is what we're developing in response to the OIG. There has been for a long time policies and regulations about reporting various kinds of misconduct specific to the kind of misconduct.
Thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Ovens?
Thank you so much. It was about time. So and this is maybe for Mrs. Keys, we are already doing this, correct? We're already following these guidelines. So we're just making it. So we're just making it now official with a policy. With the documentation requirements, is there anything in our policy that, so we get a complaint from anyone, including students, staff, support staff. Do we keep that documentation? Is there like a timeline of how long we keep that documentation?
So when we receive reports and we receive any type of evidence related to that report, we now are able to capture and log that information into our Guardian case management tracking system. And so that system has, according to our vendor and our partner in this process, has a significant capacity for us to store and keep that documentation recorded for a very long period of time.
So that would include the logging in of the information that came with the complaint, but also if there were any documentation that went into the employee's file, that would also be captured in the system.
No, I appreciate that because I think that's really important because that was one of the issues we had prior to not having this policy. Thank you.
My question will be, looking at this policy, it's very much needed, and I'm wondering, would there be a section, because right now, maybe I have missed it, on retaliation, protection of employees who reported? Did I miss it?
If you go to line 86 on page 3.
986. 986. Okay. So that safeguard participating in an investigation. Okay. So do you think that with that one line is sufficient?
I think it addresses the topic and gives clear guideline.
Okay.
But there's also some laws, state laws saying, there's also some laws that they have protections besides our policy that maybe
protects,
and maybe you can later on, not now, but share with us so there's clarity.
The reason I brought that up is I know some organizations have specific retaliation or whistleblower policies to protect employee. I know for us in MCPS, it's scattered in many different places. When we report child abuse, neglect, there's a section on retaliation. Here, there's a one-line sentence. I'm just wondering, for us as an organization, would it make sense to have a comprehensive retaliation or whistleblower protection policy?
So we keep a policy very broad. However, we have our employee code of conduct that then also gives more specific information around retaliation. So as you said, we have it in multiple places, but in the policy it's general, as opposed to the employee code of conduct, which is very specific.
Ms. Montoya?
So just one quick point in support of what President Yang mentioned, that because things are kind of scattered, right? It can be challenging whether you're staff, families, you're looking at one thing, you don't necessarily know that you should cross-check it with other documents. Is it possible to maybe just include a reference in there to state, and any additional protections afforded by state and federal whistleblower laws or employee code of conduct or any of those things, so that they can at least know, one, that will raise a flag to go reference those documents, so we can also include the policy numbers and whatever is relevant. And then also, so it's just all encompassing, right? We don't want everyone to feel like they have to go 50 different places. Our employees or anyone who's reporting, they have a lot of other things going on, so let's make it as easy as possible.
So I just want to point out that line 3 of the policy gives you all the other places where you should be looking for cross-referencing, including the negotiated agreements.
And I can appreciate that, and as someone with legal training, that is very clear to me. For someone who is not, I'm going to go ahead and put it out there that they may look at that and be like, I don't even know what any of that is. So let's just, again, try to make it a little more user-friendly.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Yes. So this is the draft that will go out for public comment.
Exactly.
So we will come back and have a chance to...
And board member also can participate in the public comment.
Right.
Yes.
And I just want to, just because it's I haven't been on this side of the table, I just want to make sure that I understand all the ways that this goes out to the public, to make sure that we are getting the feedback, because this is actually really important policy. Really important. And so I want to make sure that we are getting as much feedback as possible. So can you go over the ways that this will go out for public comment?
So part of what we're guided by is policy ABA, which you heard about in the earlier item. So we have various purposes for doing public and stakeholder engagement. So we have already started that process in the process of drafting the regulation. You'll recall that policy ABA lays out kind of a range from more intensive to more intensive collaboration, where you're having conversations and getting ideas, to the process of putting something out for feedback where it's, here's what it is, what do you think, right? Which is a very different level. So we have already started earlier, and the DCI staff have been holding conversations with stakeholder groups to pull ideas out. Of course, with this one, we had a lot of material directly from the OIG. This is what you will say, right? So this one is somewhat unusual. We started with a very clear template for what had to be in it, right? We did this kind of collaborative stage, and we are at this stage where we are more in feedback mode. Here's what we did, tell us what you think. So we will be first putting it out just generally on the website with a feedback form that anybody can look at. And we will be publicizing opportunities that people can get to that. And then we also have some other more engaged conversational ways of gathering.
I do suggest that we check in with our trusted partners to make sure that they are seeing that all of our different communities are actually getting the word and getting the opportunity, just to check in maybe halfway through. Thank you.
Ms. Savannah?
Yeah, so I'm gonna say two things. They're both kind of just like clarifying questions. So one quick clarifying question. Would the retaliation clause also apply to students? Because I think retaliation for students is a completely different thing than retaliation for like employees who are whistleblowing.
So we think it's essential that everyone in our school community is protected against retaliation, and so students need to be included in that process.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And then sorry, I lost my train of thought. Thank you.
I know that Mr. Lockman is the staff member that facilitates this committee. Do you have a comment and information to share?
Sure. So just a couple of comments that were made. Working with the board's ethics panel, there have been some discussions around kind of the whistleblower concept in general, and there is separately, the state of Maryland has a Public School Employee Whistleblower Act specifically that does touch on these on these types of things that could be potentially added as reference to the policy, and our conversations that have been ongoing with the panel.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf?
Now, I'll defer to Mr. Serrano
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, and then my final sort of piece was, if a student were to report an incident and they weren't receiving, any sort of follow-up, because say, for example, they reported through an adult, and this happened multiple times, like they've reported through adults, and they weren't receiving any sort of follow-up in the sense of like, oh, your report's been received, like nothing like even on that level. Is the policy designed to make sure that they would even like maybe get like a confirmation of like receipt like of a complaint being like sort of got, even no matter what source it came from, whether it was from a trusted adult or from a system?
So the Guardian Case Management System and the work that we're doing in DCI is intended to ensure that individuals do receive confirmation that their complaint has been received and has been and will be reviewed by our unit, and we'll engage with the appropriate offices if necessary to ensure that it's brought to the appropriate resolution.
Okay.
And through the Lighthouse, if complaints come in through the Lighthouse, that system also notifies the complainant that their complaint has been received and actually can give updates.
Okay, got it. So if a student hasn't been receiving, follow-up, they should just maybe refile the complaint and they should be receiving it according to like this policy?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right.
Ms. Wolf.
No, I don't see any more lights, so I want to move on behalf of the policy committee that policy GCB be sent out for public comment.
If it's on behalf, doesn't need a second?
Nope.
It's a.
If it's on behalf, it doesn't need a second, correct?
What did he
Does
say?
not.
Doesn't need a second.
Oh, I know it doesn't need a second. That's why I looked at Julie for
All
the
in
vote.
favor? Please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. So policy GCB will move out for public comment. We're going to move to the next item. Is item number 12, which is Association Agreement Amendment. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to try and catch us up a little bit here. I'd like to thank our association partner, McCap and McBoa. I do have a resolution and I'll read the resolved for the board. And it's pretty straightforward. This is a negotiated agreement to address some workplace challenges that we've had in the past. And I offer this for the board's consideration, that the Board of Education approve the amendments to the Montgomery County Association of Administrators and Principals and Montgomery County Business and Operations Administrators Agreement for the school years 2023 to 2025 contract, and further, may it further be resolved that the superintendent of schools be authorized to sign the amended agreement according to said agreement and the law.
All right. The full amendment is in board docs. I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if anyone have questions. Seeing none, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. And that's unanimous with those present. Thank you so much. And we're going to move to the next one, and you see a man in action, in motion, moving down, because we are very eager to hear from our superintendent, for him to share his understanding of the needs, strengths, and opportunities within our school system, and have a robust discussion on the plans that he has identified. So, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to talk. This is definitely a very different view than the one that I've gotten used to over the past 5 months. I want to thank you for the opportunity not just to serve, but also to present some of the findings of my entry plan report this evening. I came to you just what feels like a few months ago, and I presented a document like this in a presentation outline that talked about the way that I was going to engage with our community, how I might evaluate some of our progress, and then ultimately empower our community to act on behalf of our community's children. And I'm delighted to share some of those findings with you today. This work actually represents about 6 months worth of intentional listening, learning, and engaging with our stakeholders across our very diverse community. And as Mr. David Stein during his remarks reflected that I was a newish superintendent, I very much feel the new part wearing off. And though I grew up in Montgomery County, to come back home and to be a newish superintendent, I know that after I do my first budget presentation in a couple of weeks, and the calendar month turns to a new calendar year, it's going to be harder and harder to get away with being new. So with that, I had several objectives and several phases that really overlapped with one another, where I would be engaging with as many stakeholders as humanly possible, that I would be evaluating as many resources that the school district has, and that I would be working to develop a plan that would ultimately empower our school system. The underpinning of this is to be working through the lens of how we might create better equity of access and opportunities for our young people. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the scope of work and the scale of some of the things that I had the opportunity to engage in. I had over a dozen in-person sessions, whether they be through the town hall setting, which you see featured above and on your screen, or whether it be in strategic planning sessions. I got to meet with a pretty wide swath of our community and got to engage with a lot of folks. I have made it to almost half of our 200 plus campuses. I do have a goal of visiting every school before the end of the school year, and I think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm very excited about that, and the visits that I've had have truly been meaningful, and I've learned an awful lot, and there are so many schools that I can't wait to go back to already. Some that I've even visited multiple times because events and different activities have brought me there a couple of different times. A lot of our meetings and activities we've had the opportunity to do shoulder to shoulder. We've had the opportunity to meet with our community's leaders on the county space, as well as in our state delegation and some of our community partners. The conversations that I've had with them have been fantastic, and what I've learned from you and from them having those conversations has definitely shaped some of the key themes and some of the learnings as part of that engagement. And I've been able to detail this journey throughout with the help of our communications team and them tracking and capturing all of these engagements on our entry plan website that's connected to the district's website. We did something a little bit different in the spirit of transparency. We captured whole videos of some of our engagements and put the entire video online, as well as summaries, as well as whole documents, so that we really would have an artifact library of the experiences that I had, so that the public could then verify also that the learnings and the takeaways that I have are the ones that are being presented publicly. Some of those key themes, and none of this will surprise anyone: safety and security. Making sure that our schools are safe and welcoming and inclusive places is of a critical concern to our community, especially at our high schools, but really it is all of our schools, and ensuring that we also have environmental safety and the infrastructure necessary to make sure that the whole child is taken care of. Our teacher and educator morale and staff morale across the district has also surfaced as a real significant challenge and a focus point as class sizes have gone up, and there have been challenges with disruptive behaviors coming out of the pandemic, and limited resources to address some of those things have been really significant challenges. Another interesting challenge that has surfaced, or another interesting kind of part of that theme, has been our lack of recognition for the work of our very hardworking teammates, and how much we really could improve in that space in drawing special occasion to some of the hard work that our teammates are doing. Equity and access. This was very present even in our boundary study conversation, making sure that our students across the county have access to really rich and engaging opportunities, whether they be programs in one corner of the county or just the overall educational experience, making sure that our students with disabilities as well as our gifted learners are really being accessed and challenged at really high levels is particularly important. Curriculum and instruction. The desirability to make sure that we have high quality curriculum materials in every classroom and that our educators have access to those materials and that they are able to have adequate professional learning to support that. Last kind of key theme that has surfaced beyond is our facilities and the resources that we have to make the school system run. The school systems had to make some really tough choices in recent years about how we allocate our resources, where we allocate our resources, and we've got a pretty big portfolio of facilities and making sure that we are putting those resources in the places where they're going to generate the highest return on investment. Excuse me, you don't have to go very far to hear about challenges with our HVAC systems across the county. And some of our aging infrastructure has clearly met with age, and time has definitely not done us any favors. Excuse me. There are some real significant positives that we also need to draw to. Montgomery County is a great place to live, work, and learn, and our school system is no exception. There's an awful lot of satisfaction with some selection programs, a lot of our visual and performing arts, a lot of our extracurricular activities. This is a great place to raise a family and a great place to be connected, and there's a lot of evidence that MCPS is really trying to make a positive impact on our community. So in addition to the numerous engagement opportunities that I've had, and I really have tried to be in all places at all times with all people, and I really have enjoyed meeting as many folks as I have, and I look forward to meeting more. There's been some hard work that's also happened behind the scenes. It's a little traumatizing for me to hear the board talk about policy because I read the policy manual. It's extensive and saw a lot of opportunities that I know that the board is interested in tackling this year, everything from grading to conduct and even artificial intelligence and seeing where those things have avenues and agency is actually really exciting work. Evaluating our strategic plan and our current strategic plan in the process of gearing up for a new strategic planning process, really exciting. Our very robust capital improvements plan and the many projects that are identified and yet to be identified as part of our capital improvements plan has been a big part of my evaluation phase and of primary concern and pressing concern of today, the budget. How we spend our resources and where we allocate our resources to have the biggest impact. Where this has led is it's given me some direction on recommendations that I can make on how we move forward. And the board has been right from the start in its direction and its focus to me. The themes that are present are not new. They are a part of the original direction that the board gave me when I was hired this June and took office in July. It was to focus on the fundamentals. And for us to focus on the fundamentals, we do have to peel back some layers, but those fundamentals are apparent and they are a part of how we can elevate this school district to be truly, truly magnificent. Mathematics and literacy. We've spent the entire fall semester really focused on unpacking not just literacy performance and our literacy strategies as well as our mathematics and mathematics strategies, but how these things impact different learners. That's really important work. And when the board adopted one approach for mathematics right as the pandemic was going underway, and a new approach for literacy this year, these are really important topics to watch and for us to be attentive to. How we serve our multilingual learners and how we serve our students with disabilities is really at the top of the list. There is tremendous need for process improvement, for customer service improvement, for our engagement with our community in terms of making sure we have the right approach from a philosophical and a practical lens. These things are all really important. Thank you so much. Another big topic that continues to be an area of focus for the school district is our student well-being. Coming out of the pandemic, all of the concerns and issues that we've had with student well-being all existed prior to the pandemic. They just have been amplified since the pandemic, and those are concerns that have not gone away. Some of them have received some great attention and some have not. And so there are tremendous rooms for improvement in that space. How we approach professional learning, technology, and program access. None of these things are surprises to us, but this is the time and the opportunity for us to really marshal our resources and point in a direction that is going to provide the equity of access and opportunity that we're all looking for. I had a terrific engagement opportunity to spend with MCEA one night where I had over 800 folks involved in this, where I asked one simple question: what can we take off your plates? And the responses were amazing and consistent. And it has led to some really fruitful conversations about planning time and about workload and about management. And I'm just so grateful for the partnership that our educators have had and have really stuck with us through a really difficult and challenging time, because they're committed to our kids and they're committed to our community. All of this sets the stage for what we are going to do moving forward. And we really have a couple of things that will help us set the marker for the MCPS that we envision for our future. Our strategic plan, our budget. These are the things that need to be brought into alignment with our values as an organization, our values, our goals, and our resources. And so this presentation is really a dovetail into our budget preview and for what will happen next. Because it is about how we support our schools, both from a vision standpoint, but also from a goals standpoint and also from a resource standpoint. And you'll see that reflected in just a few moments when we talk about how we spend our money. So as we look ahead, I want to thank you for the last several months and how welcoming the board has been. And I think you all have adjusted quite nicely to my unique brand of humor, and that you have embraced my idea of school being fun again, and for our students to be engaged. And thank you so much for being along with me for this journey and helping me get to this point. And as we turn the corner together with a new strategic plan, with a new direction for the school district and the resources to match, I just want to thank you for this wonderful opportunity to serve you and to serve this community. So I'm going to pause here where we switch presentations and also take any comments or questions that the board may have. I've summarized my findings in yet another document for you that we have also put on our engagement website for the entry plan. And this does conclude my newness feature of my tenure in your service. And I just want to thank you so much for that and invite the board staff to switch over presentations, and I'll take thoughts.
I'm going to see if there's any comments from my colleagues. I'll go with Ms. Stewart first.
Just a quick comment. I want to thank you. You were you went to the full county, and having that level of engagement really made a difference. And it was a pleasure to watch. I know it was hard, some of it, some long nights, but it really puts us on a good start. And I hope that as a Board of Education member, we can also do some of that, which you modeled so well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Ovens.
Dr. Taylor, I have seen you in some of these community meetings. One of them, it was an awful night. I didn't think anyone was going to show up. The Commanders were playing.
I know.
And I was like, definitely nobody's going to show
house,
up.
though.
And it was a full house. So I think the community is very engaged. They want to hear from you and your plans. And I think all of us heard the same thing that you heard. So it has been so far such a pleasure to work with you. I just want to also thank whoever put this together. It's such a great document. Like, anybody can read it. It's very engaging. So I know you probably had a lot to do with this. It's colorful. It's just,
It's the fantastic comms folks. They really did a great job, but you're right. They did the summary is reflective of what we saw, so thank you.
Yes, so I just want to say to our folks, who printed, who did all the graphics, thank you. This is, we are the largest system in the state of Maryland, and I know for myself, it has been a pleasure working with you the last few months, and I look forward to working more. Just one edit thing. It says District 3 for me, but I'm District 1.
Ooh,
so
we can correct that.
Saying, so, yeah, I don't want Julie to get jealous.
Sure, it's not a
Stepping in her
takeover.
district.
Yeah.
So, but thank you so much.
Well, and I would like to just add really quickly that it's been such a pleasure to be able to visit the communities of individual board members with you. And we've had an occasion to do social things and community things together, as well as school things together. And with each board member, it's just really been a joy to see different facets of the communities in which you live and you represent, and being able to do that work side by side. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri?
Yeah, just a quick note to say that I really enjoyed reading these documents. I think they really do a good job of capturing where we are at this moment in time with MCPS, what we're hearing from our staff, from our students, from our community. Some things will be rolled into the budget, but some things don't cost anything. That's right. They're just more culture, and we have to address those as well. So I appreciate reading them, seeing them, how they will get integrated into the budget, and also possibly into our strategic plan. Thank you.
Mrs. Zimmerman.
I also wanted to thank you for doing all of this work and for doing so much engagement with the community, but also for coming into the schools yourself and being in the school buildings. Oftentimes there's a disconnect, speaking from a classroom, there's a disconnect to this larger administrative role. So the fact that you were actually physically in the school buildings helped to remove that disconnect. And I look forward to visiting schools with you in the future.
I did get to go to one classroom at Wheaton Woods Elementary School. That was pretty special. It was pretty great. Pretty great.
It's great. Yes. So thank you for also visiting my students.
Yeah. Ms. Savannah.
Yes, I'm just going to echo the comments of my colleagues and just extend like a very sincere thank you for all the work that you've put in. Coming back to Montgomery County, Public Schools, you put in the effort, you put in the work. It's very visible from what you see. I constantly have, my teachers, community members, students coming up to me and saying, "What do you think of the new superintendent? Like, I've seen him so much," and that's, I think, just like the general vibe that you bring to the school system, and I'm glad to see it's a great attitude and it's a great sort of culture that we're bringing to MCPS. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. What you list on page 4 and page 5, and I'm hoping with your leadership, next time we see it, this list will be dramatically reduced, and that's my hope. But thank you so much for truly being so engaged and follow up, right? We often hear about people's plans, but we don't hear the update. So the fact that you come back and update your plan is really refreshing. Thank you very much. I think this will lead us perfectly to go into our budget presentation. I understand that today is your final budget recommendation will come on December 18th. Today is a preview or update of what has been done and what's coming. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, and this is a great segue, and the reward for concluding the board's portion of the CIP process and the capital improvement side of this is that we now get to publicly kick off the operating side of our conversation. And in many ways, this should be very unfulfilling and very unrewarding because there are no numbers in this presentation. I'm going to save all of the numbers for December 18th, so a couple weeks from now. But I do want to highlight some themes that are definitely going to be present. And one of the things that I want to reiterate from the engagement activities that I participated in was how remarkably consistent the feedback was. And in every corner of the county, there were new learnings and new things that the community wanted to present and make me aware of as the new superintendent. But there were a very consistent theme to the things that needed to be addressed. And that was a great roadmap for both our strategic planning process as well as for lining things up in the budget. So with that, we're revisiting an image from the previous presentation about how this all kind of fits together. We have very clear things that are important to us in Montgomery County. Those things are reflected in our school system every day. We care about our students. We care about respect and relationships. We want our students to excel academically, and that feeds into our goals. And the board has had a strategic planning committee that's been underway that has driven the work of our strategic planning group for some time, and it's becoming very clear what direction our goals are headed in. And though it's not been formalized, none of them are a surprise. And those goals really should inform how we spend our resources, which kind of brings us to where we are today. Before we jump into the elements of the operating budget that I'll highlight for you tonight, I do want to reiterate some of the outlook that we see, and it's not positive. We know that there are some fiscal constraints that have been communicated to us both on the local landscape as well as the state landscape. There are also policy constraints that are also impacting us at the local, state, and federal level that we need to be aware of. And those things do have an impact on our revenue picture. And this means all the more that how we spend our resources matters and that we need to invest in the highest return on investment solutions. That being said, that does not absolve us of the responsibility to communicate our needs and our priorities. The board has outlined some very concrete priorities for my consideration, and they are perfectly aligned with goals and objectives that we should have as a school system and what we should focus on as a community. So how will I do this? How will I address those challenges? It will be by focusing on fundamentals, getting back to the things that matter most and the things that are most important and required before we tackle the things that we should do and before we get to the things that we want to do. A lot of our big dollar figure challenges will require multi-year solutions in order to meet our objectives. The responses may be so daunting that it really will require us to tackle some of those challenges over multiple years. So some of the bigger shifts that you'll see represented in the budget address some of the challenges that were outlined in the report that I just gave. We need to shift our approach centrally to how we serve our schools as the centerpiece of our school system and not the central office as the centerpiece of our school system is particularly important and a theme that we've heard over and over again in our engagement. There's a level of frustration with the bureaucratic layers and the siloed operations within our school system that needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed in a structural way. This is an opportunity, not as much a challenge, for us to reimagine how we might serve schools differently and in a more positive framework than the one that we have right now, which has a lot of layers, 14 of them as a matter of fact. And we could provide a lot better customer service as a result as well. How we invest in our physical infrastructure and the learning environments makes a huge difference. We have schools right now that are struggling to heat their buildings. At the start of the school year in August, we had buildings that struggled to cool their hallways and classrooms. It was a real challenge. It maintains to be a real challenge. These things require some really significant investment and a lot of forethought. And it doesn't stop at HVAC. It's an awful lot of repairs and maintenance that needs to be put into our very robust portfolio of buildings. And I say all of that knowing that the size of our maintenance department hasn't really changed a whole lot in the last 30 years. But yet our school portfolio has grown and our student population has grown, but how we respond to those challenges really hasn't grown. So there are some really significant issues with that. And then I'll close out by talking about our foundation for progress in the future academically, which is what we're all about. So today is just a preview, and the timeline for how this is going to roll out is I invite the board and our community to participate in an event on December 18th, where I'll share the details and numbers behind our budget proposal. We'll share some very big ideas and try to distill those down to their smaller parts. But we want to make sure that the community can see where we're going as a school district and how we intend to get there. Throughout the month of January, you have the lovely opportunity to drill down into those numbers yourself through work sessions and hearings, and to hear from the community as to what we're hearing from them and how we're responding to that, and if that's going to be adequate in terms of your final adopted budget. And then the board will close out February with action prior to March 1st, and then by March 1st, send a funding request over to the county, and that's the process that we're going to go. The board's priorities were very clear. I'm not going to reiterate them, but I want to thank you for setting priorities that both align to our goals and also set clear direction for the superintendent and our staff. So aligning some of those priorities to how we might make great things happen in the classroom. The key to all of this is our very hardworking staff. We had an opportunity to connect with County Council about some of the cost drivers in our budget, and the two biggest cost drivers are how many people we employ and how much we pay them. And recruiting and retaining a great staff and a great team, and putting that great team in the place where they can do the most good is our best strategy and will continue to be our best strategy. Offering technical adjustments and competitive wages to address some of the gaps that we've seen, very important. But ultimately, we're going to need to do some big lifts in the next couple years in terms of how we assign staff through staffing standards. This is not something that'll be reflected in this budget per se, but it is something that will be a next to come and a heavy lift for our community, articulating very clearly what class size should be and holding hard and fast to those numbers, because there's a lot of work that we need to do in that space. Direct support for schools. One of the ways that we know that we can improve our service to schools is by breaking down silos and forming cross-functional teams that are on the road and in our schools, not sitting behind a desk here at 15 West Goody. This is a shift. We have a lot of our teammates that do this already, that are already out in schools and work very hard, but coordinating those efforts and putting that under a singular direction will have a significant impact. And so we look forward to presenting an option that really will reshape our service delivery model and improve our approach to how we serve our schools. What this might look like, and I think it's important to show what this might look like, is a cross-functional team will be made up of subject matter experts that are addressing specific needs. I'd love to say that hiring only happens at one time during the year. It doesn't. It happens throughout the year in our schools, making sure that we have fully staffed buildings and that we have the adequate staff in our buildings is a critical component. Making sure that there's ongoing evaluation of safety and our safety resources is particularly important. Making sure that our families have access to mental health supports and resources in the community and that they're being connected to those things make a big difference. Making sure that there's fidelity in our literacy instruction, fidelity in our mathematics instruction, and support for our EML and special education classrooms is a huge deal. None of that happens overnight. Great strategies like restorative justice and also making sure that if there's a district initiative that training occurs on a consistent basis. The strategy needs to shift from fishing to teaching our people how to fish. And we think that we can do this with a model that looks similar to this moving forward. Some specific support for some critical areas. We heard loud and clear from our community that special education and how we support our English learners needs to change. As a matter of fact, it needs complete revision. This will be a hard and challenging lift, a multi-year lift, but we heard very loud and clear that what we're doing is not working and that our service delivery needs to change in order to support kids for their development and support the families that are supporting our kids in addition to the staff. Finally, I'm going to say that we have a responsibility to make good business and to invest in areas that are going to generate a high return on investment and to watch our dollars very closely. In particular, over the next 24 to 36 months, we anticipate the economic landscape to be challenged. And in that challenged economic landscape, every dollar is going to matter a lot more than it might have when we were flush with ESSER money. So making sure that our investments are yielding the return that we want, that's a passion of this board already. We haven't given a single presentation this year about an educational initiative where the board has not asked about performance relative to expenditure. And what a great flashlight for us and an area for us to focus, but that needs to be a part of our future and it needs to be a part of our decision making. We're trying something new this year in terms of our central office budgeting in our departments, where we are making our first foray into zero budgeting. This will not be perfect the first year, but we definitely have learned a lot in this process in trying to coach our team to make better financial decisions and to really think about the dollars that are put into their office budgets and how those are aligned. We know that there are some savings through flattening our organization and removing some layers. We also recognize that that causes a lot of anxiety and that definitely is moving a lot of organizational cheese, but in the reality, that savings may actually make us operate better and a lot more transparently and efficiently at the same time, which is a difficult thing to do. Finally, I'll say that our internal controls need a lot of work. There have been investments on the county level to investigate and to manage MCPS because our internal controls have been lacking. We need to improve in this space. This is a heavy lift. It is something where financial oversight can't be just the board's sole function. You have much more to focus on and to do than just that. And even though the board has an auditing arm, there's a lot of the work that we also need to do before things get to you and before something becomes a crisis. We need to do a better job of managing those things up front. It brought me no joy as a new superintendent to bring to the board just a month ago that we were projecting a deficit. Now, good news, and it kind of went overlooked earlier today, in this month's monthly report, we're not, because we did implement some internal controls that have changed our trajectory. Granted, our projected net difference is not very significant, but it's moving in the right direction, and it's proof positive and evidence that we can do this, and that we can be better managers, and that we can have strategies that are effective. And I just appreciate the trust that you've instilled in me. So with that, there's a lot of long-term things that do need to be addressed as part of this vision. We do need to give consistency to our schools in terms of staffing. And we do need to have a long-range plan to address class size. This is an expensive challenge to address, but it is something that will have a transformative impact on the educator's experience and the student's experience in the classroom. We do need to have an investment strategy on how we deal with our infrastructure, and we do need to have a strategy on how we leverage professional learning to actually move the needle in terms of quality instruction. And right now, these things are all happening with pockets of excellence, but not overall organizational excellence. I think it's great that the media gave us some praise and some kudos for our star ratings from the Maryland report card, and definitely there are some bright spots that are worth celebrating. But as I added to our press release that went out, overall it was disappointingly flat. That needs to be about our past. Our future needs to be about the expectation of gain and the expectation of higher performance and providing the support to help our kids get there, because they can do it. They've got the great staff to help support them, and we know that our kids and our community are behind them. So we know that we can make this happen. So with that, I humbly say, stay tuned for the version that has the numbers, and I can't wait to talk to you in detail about how we unpack the challenges that we have before us and how we might solve some of these significant challenges and see opportunities for our future together.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if there are questions and comments. I'm going to start from my left. Seeing no lights, I'm going to check back. Yeah, I'm going to check back. We're going to the right. Ms. Montoya.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I just wanted to thank you for all the hard work you've done, both with the budget, your plan, getting out into the community. You just hit the ground running from really before July 1st, right? So I really appreciate that. As a current MCPS parent with 2 little children, I can tell you that I feel the shift. I see it in the faces of staff members, whether it's at community events or even at my own school. So it's fantastic and wonderful. I'm really excited. I also want to highlight, and I think it was at the Montgomery County Council session about cost drivers, and you mentioned about elementary school staff.
Yes.
And I really appreciate, I know we didn't mention it here, but I appreciate you elevating that issue because our youngest learners need more.
Yes.
So I appreciate that. For those in the community who might not quite understand what zero-based budgeting is it fair to say that at its most simple explanation, it means that instead of taking last year's budget and making adjustments based on projections and anticipations, we're literally starting from zero, and we're saying in this category, let's add everything together and see what we got?
That's a great explanation, and I think an addition that you may want to throw into that definition is to be thinking about your needs and how you prioritize. Ultimately, how we've represented the budget in the past, and this is good practice, actually, to do a base plus budget, and this is a consistent practice that districts around the country have done for many years and continue to do. And every year is not a great year for zero-based budgeting, by the way. There's a lot of learning that gets put into a base budget and then doing adjustments. But we're at the point right now where this is a good year and the next year is a good year, and we may do this for the next several years, a zero-based approach, just because we do need to reevaluate our priorities. We do need to assess what we're required to do versus what we must do versus what we should do versus what we'd like to do. And starting from scratch in many ways in a blank sheet of paper is preferable to the preconceived notions of what we've done in the past.
Well, thank you. I appreciate all the hard work of you and your staff to make sure that we get our priorities straight. Thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Yes, thank you. This looks like we're going in the right direction. So many of the items you hit, I was nodding my head because some of these are screaming at us, especially the class sizes in our younger grades. And to that point, back in 2019, I believe, we had a class size dashboard. Actually, you could still even access it and see those old class sizes from back then. So maybe we could think about updating that. It might be good for the public to see after we, I know we need to get through the budget, but it might even be good to see the difference before and after, something to think about. I like the class size dashboard, but unfortunately it felt, off along with COVID coming in. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera-Alvin?
No, thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. It's very refreshing to hear all the changes that you already implemented. The internal controls, it's great. The zero budgeting, I think it's great. It really makes us focus on what we need, what the priorities are today. It has been very frustrating for me as before even I joined the Board of Education to hear, well, this is how we have done it always. This is how we have done it for 30 years. And that kind of thinking got us into situations where our HVAC, infrastructure has not been touched in 30 years. And it's really hard to learn in a very cold classroom or a very hot classroom. And then it's very unfair to the teachers that have to teach there in those situations. So I really appreciate that and the whole changing of the paradigm of the thinking that, to have sometimes so much bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is great in certain areas. But when you have to go through so many layers to be able to get something done, sometimes it's not. So I like the vision, and thank you so much for putting the focus, especially on special education, elementary school, the ratio in elementary school and special ed classes in elementary school, the ratio of EML, which is like 1:40 or 1:41 in some classrooms. So those are things that we need changes now. So that kind of focus, I think, is what we heard a lot in the community, and I'm glad that we're taking that. So thank you, because you're making us also good stewards and that's our job of what we should be doing. And with such a big budget of over $3 billion, right, and with a part-time job, it's hard to see all the little nuances. So we need you and your team to be able then to put all those standards in place in the infrastructure. So I thank you for that.
Ms. Westry?
No, I really appreciate this. I think, again, you're kind of laying out what is needed over the next several years. We know we're not going to get to all of this in this budget. But I do appreciate a lot of things in this document, but I wanted to ask you, with the zero-based budgeting for central office, is there a need to look at zero-based budgeting for schools as well? Because over the years, positions get added, positions get taken away, but I don't know that there's been a holistic look at building the structure from the start.
Yeah, there's two pieces that I think are going to be really helpful for us to look at the school level. The first one is what resources do we provide to the schools year over year in terms of their materials and supplies? This is actually a relatively small amount of money. It shockingly hasn't been adjusted over the past several years. It's in the $75 per student range, and it's allocated just based on the number of students without any really differentiation, and that's something to be looked at. But correspondingly with that, how are those resources expended, and what are the strategies that have given principals the highest return on investment? Is it all going to copy paper, or is it being used for science supplies, or is it being used for things that are in the library? And what standards make the most sense in terms of making sure that no one program is being oversaturated or undersaturated? And are there some lessons that have been learned in other schools that can help them? That's one. The second one, that is the bigger dollar figure, that I think is a much bigger project and is worthy of us investing a lot of time and energy as a governance body, but also as a community, is establishing staffing standards that we actually stick to. One of the challenges that we've seen, or at least that I've seen as a new person coming in, is we'll get an allocation of 15 FTEs for whatever. Pick a position, doesn't matter. Maybe it's security assistants. You get 15 FTEs for security assistants. Well, where do they go? We've got more than 15 schools. Do they go to the 25 high schools? Well, if they go to the 25 high schools, do we split them? Are they itinerant? Do they only go to some high schools and not to other high schools? Coming up with the hard and fast rules that are easy to follow, that are transparent, that explain how we allocate personnel, that take out some of the discretionary decision-making and make those discretionary decisions exceptions to the rule, not the rule, will actually help us with some cost controls, but it will also give schools and principals some consistency, which I know that they've been looking forward to. One of the challenges, and you brought this up, is worth looking at in great detail, is we've always allocated 85 teaching positions to this school. So when the enrollment goes up, they are feeling it really, really hard because they've always had 85 teaching positions because they have 85 classrooms or what have you, and their classrooms feel jam-packed and pushed. And then a few years later, the enrollment goes down, but we've always allocated 85 teaching positions, and now they maybe have surplus, and we haven't evaluated that either. So creating a model that is responsive to the ebbs and flows of the student population, that accounts for our increasing students with disabilities and our increasing EML, but also addresses some of the global needs with general education, it's the right direction for us to go. But it's also not something that we could flip a switch and say, these are the new normals, this is what we need to do, because the cost implications could be significant. But that is a great community conversation to have, to invest in, because having transparent rules where everybody knows exactly how many educators are in every space and how many staff members are in every space, and why those numbers have to change each year versus it changing because of budget increases or budget cuts. Because that's how we've been doing it of late, is that when there's a budget increase, there's staffing that's allocated, and when there's a budget cut, there's staffing that's pulled away, when really we need to be married to standards that drive those decisions one way or another. And so that if there's a budget reduction, we change the standard, and if there's a budget increase, we change the standard and apply the standard unilaterally.
Thank you.
May I ask a second? The reimagining of special education and EML services, is that a budget, something that we expect to see in the budget, or is that more of a restructuring
I think that there's two ways to do this and to look at this. One, there's no way to do this in 1 year successfully where you're not interrupting services that are existing right now. So from the student-facing experience, don't expect any radical changes. That's not the right thing to do for them. Plus, there would need to be IEP changes and whatnot, and I don't want to send anyone off the deep end in that space. But in looking at that, we can definitely modify our service delivery from central services and what we commit to what we're able to do and how we support schools differently. That absolutely can be the first step in this, but establishing some community engagement with the board's advisory committee for special education, having some conversations about what service delivery looks like and how we can update some of our practices. Special education is a perfect example of where MCPS has gotten a little trapped in the "this is how we've always done it" approach. And there are some updates that could be enhanced to improve how we serve our students with disabilities. It is going to take a bigger conversation, and it's going to take some engagement with our families and even our students and our educators who serve students with disabilities because of how comprehensive we really do need to look in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Savannah?
Yes, thank you. I really liked your part about, internal controls. Like, when we think about things like flags, like I think that makes a lot of sense. Other than that, I just wanted to really, applaud you for having a really well put together preview. If this is the preview, I'm excited for the actual proposal. And I know a lot of other students are excited too. So they're all looking forward to the invitation. So they're waiting to see who you send it out to. Other than that, I just want to say again, thank you so much for putting this together. I think it's really well done, and it's a nice way to let our community know what to expect out of our budget before the budget comes out.
Thank you.
Mrs. Move?
I want to thank you for this. For me personally, it's hard without numbers to imagine what this is going to look like. But I had two questions, and one is, two thoughts. One is, and it's probably in here somewhere, I don't see program evaluation as a component of how you're developing this budget, because I know that we're carrying a lot of programs that, one, are either underserved at the moment, or two, just, aren't effective and need to be replaced. And there's some money somewhere along the way for that. I don't know what it looks like, but I know it's there. And the second thing is, I hesitate. I heard you say we should develop staffing rules and talk about the student population. I'm a little bit concerned about how we would do that with the blueprint coming in and overlaying all of these requirements, because there is no set rule if you do it the way they want to do it. So I guess I want to let the people out there know that that's not as easy as it sounds, and not as clear cut as you're making it sound. So that's all I really had to say.
Yeah, and if I could just respond to that very briefly, I think we can't do this moving forward without really robust program evaluation. It has to be a part of what we do. The piece is that program evaluation has to be a part of kind of every turn in the things that we have moving forward, whether it's evaluating what we currently have and the reports that the board has consumed already this year and will continue to consume do help guide your decision-making and point you in a direction that recommends you should do this, you should stop doing this, continue this for one more year. Those things are helpful. They need to be invested in. The blueprint in particular requires us to do some of that on a level that needs some investment. That's just, I hate to say it, almost like a given, but it is important in terms of we can't make any decisions really without that robust evaluation. You're absolutely right about staffing standards. It's not something that you can just apply a standard to and just be happy with it, because one of the components of the blueprint is actually student-based budgeting. And the benefit of a staffing standard is actually dovetails nicely with that, but it is a challenge to set up. It does require a lot of communication, and it does require a lot of coordination because the dollars follow the child largely in that model. But those two things are congruent with one another. They're not incongruent. They actually work better when it is that way. But it is a little bit of a heavy lift to set it up, and that's why you won't see that reflected in the first 5 months of me being here, and you also won't see a lot of things reflected in the first 5 months of me working with the budget team to pull this together. I don't want to set any expectations that this budget will solve everything. It won't. It will definitely align with the board's goals and priorities, and will definitely set us on the direction that we need to go. And it will make crystal clear the areas that we do need to invest in. But these are large and complex issues and opportunities, and they'll require multiple year solutions to do them well. And I think it's that second part that makes maybe the most difference, is to do them well. I find great concern with the fact that many things have changed since I left MCPS 30 years ago as a student, and many things have not. And programmatic opportunities is one of those things that, yes, we've added tons of programs, but the disproportionality of those opportunities has not changed. So that weighs heavy on my heart and on my mind, and definitely will guide our work moving forward. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Last one, Ms. Stewart.
There's one thing I don't think I saw in this preview, and I'm not saying we're going to have the full version like we had before, but the MVA options for some of those families. I mean, some of them are actually special needs, which is in your presentation. So I know that we were working towards having more options, and I know this year wasn't probably everything. It's never going to be everything that people want, but I just thought I was trying to see if there was something in here that could help some of the families that would benefit.
Yeah, the board has had a lot of conversation about virtual learning, and you've had a lot of rich conversations about some utility of actually how virtual learning can enhance some of your programmatic opportunities. One of the best conversations that kind of dovetailed in with virtual learning, which I thought was a great conversation, was when you all approved courses at the high school for or new pilot courses that could be accessed at the high school. One of the challenges that some of our students experience or that have seen is that you see this really robust course catalog, and you see all of these courses that have offerings, and they're only offered in certain places. And how great would it be if we leveraged some technology and some distance learning to access some of those courses across the county? We also have the same issue with some of our more advanced language classes too, where there may be 4 or 5 or 6 kids in one school that want to access a program, and then in another school it's 8 students, and then another school it's 2 students. And in no scenario does that class make without having some kind of mechanism to bring those students together, whether it be virtual or other. I see that there's a lot of utility for virtual learning in the future of MCPS. I actually don't see how MCPS can't have some component of that. I also know that having a full-on virtual school is a major legislative priority of the boards. And that working with state legislators this has been something that's been pressing. There's a great deal of empathy for the families that had what they associated with as a great program, and then didn't have it and are now looking for a way to solve that. I think that there are solutions on the table that we can use, absolutely. And
Excellent.
I think that the that the board has also found utility in finding partners in state government that can also help with that too, if they want to. So I think that there's lots of different avenues to get to that space, and look forward to finding new and clever ways that we can innovate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor, I think what I appreciate most, one of the slides is slide 9, talking about cross-functional teams. And over here we see 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 people potentially can work together, and that cut down the communication, cut down all the loop around, and sometimes I think the frustration from staff or family is, who should I talk to? And it seems like this will streamline practices so that people know who they can turn to, and they seem to have a commander that can address particular schools that lead a team. So I appreciate this very much so. So with that, we conclude this portion of the information. We're going to move to 16 is for information only, and this is the exciting part of number 17. This is our committee assignment, and before that, I mentioned earlier today that the board is looking at engage in authentic community engagement with our MCPS family and the greater community. So we are looking at restructure one of our committee. We have a committee on communication and engagement for a number of years now, and that committee has done important work. But we believe this is an opportune time to rethink the structure of that committee. And rather than a traditional board committee structure, we believe inviting the community to sit at a table with us and co-create how we structure communication and engagement around issues will enhance the process. Like for this next year, it can be around boundary studies, right? It can be. So we are not looking to just approve an engagement plan, but rather to work in partnership with our community together to design and implement engagement strategies and opportunity that build trust in the process. So this advisory committee is more fluid. Every year can have different charge, and then it's instead of a report, and it's also much like a roundtable discussion and have particular deliverable every year. I'm very excited. I think my colleagues are very excited about this new way to try to do authentic community engagement. And I would like to have a motion to formally establish this advisory committee.
Yeah, so with all that being said, I moved the green sheet regarding the transformation of the Communication and Stakeholder Engagement Committee into the Citizen Advisory Committee on Communication and Community Engagement.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. And that's unanimous. Thank you so much. And now for the rest, I have can we move 17.1, 17.3, 17.4, 17.5 in blocks, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Now, all the committee work plan was set in at the end of, we go with a school calendar year. So you can find those committee group work plans on board docs, and I think it's our August board meetings. And new members and chairs are also posted in today's board docs, all right? With that, we are going to move to item 18. Board members, are there any feedback for 18.3 minutes for the October 1st board meeting? Any questions? Seeing none, for 18.4 minutes for October 24 board meetings. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, can I have motion to move 18.1 to 18.4?
So moved.
All in favor, please raise your hand. That's, oh, new members don't need to. Unanimous with those present at those two meetings. All right. Now we are going to look at 18.5. This is another major calendar event. I'm going to let our student member of the board tell us about it.
Yeah, so very, very, very excited to look at the new SEC, or not the new, but the upcoming Special Elections Committee calendar for the 48th student member of the Board of Education election. So every year, the Special Elections Committee, which is the committee that oversees and runs the student member of the board election, comes to the board with a timeline of how they want to sort of run the election, which lays out, the filing period for when any student, any eligible student in high school can file to run for a student member of the board, when the nominating convention is, the town, when the general campaign period is, and when the final election day is. So I know this is going to be a very, very exciting piece, to make sure that we continue the tradition, the legacy, the institutionalized part of having a student member of the board. So with that being said, the filing period is from the 2nd to the 23rd. The nominating convention is going to be on February 19th, and if only 2 eligible students file for office, it will be a town hall meeting. If there's snow if there's snow on the 19th, then it will be moved to February 25th. And the general campaign period will be from February 19th to April 23rd, and then the general election will be on April 23rd, 2025. With that being said, I move this memorandum for approval.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Very exciting. I'm sure this will be the most watched clip tonight, this calendar clip. All right. 18.6 is previous new business. Mr. Savannah has a resolution that was put on the table last time, and so can you please tell us about that?
Yes. So at the last board meeting, I went ahead and moved to put on the table a memorandum regarding a mental health work group that we're asking the superintendent to explore the creation of. And so within this, now looking to actually vote on that memorandum to actually ask the superintendent to explore the creation of this work group. I think this is going to be a big step in really understanding what mental health resources we have for our students, how they're being utilized, how we can better help our students achieve, that physical, emotional well-being, right, that we talk about so much. And I think this is just going to be a great way to make sure that we're using our resources effectively, something a lot of students wanted to see. And so I'm really, really excited to go ahead and move this forward.
I'm going to look around the table to see if any of my colleagues has comments and questions. Yes, Ms. Silva.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, is this a work group for a year, or is there a time frame for the work group?
So from what from the language, the way it's written, it's not just a work group for a year, but it's a established work group to keep running, and the goal is to have reports that come back to the Board of Education. So the dissolution of this mental health work group is, well, the design of the mental health work group is designed to be, as we add different mental health resources, to be able to evaluate it on an ongoing basis within our school system, and really make sure that students are being able to use this work effectively. So I don't think this would be effective as just as a one-year work group.
Okay. I would like to add a friendly amendment. When we did agenda setting, we were trying to find the best place for the report back to the board. And June 2025 was a good meeting date for the superintendent to come back to the board with a report back. So I'd like to introduce that friendly amendment.
Yes, I will take that as friendly. And then can I also clarify what that means to the viewing public?
That means that we are modifying the resolution so that it's due back to the board, actually on June 10th, instead of March, which was the March meeting, I believe.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it doesn't mean that the committee gets formed then, or we get a update on the forming at that point, but it means that with the actual report of the group is scheduled to come at that time period, just for the viewing public's information.
So say that again. So what will come June 10th?
What would come June 10th is the actual report from the work group, not the.
So it will have already met and it will have already done the work?
Yes.
Gotcha.
May I ask a question of clarification? Ms. Silvestri, when you amend that, do you mean that this is just one time, June 10, 2025, or do you mean that and every year?
No, the
it comes back?
resolution only asks that it come back to the board this year.
Okay.
The work group is in perpetuity, as I understand it, but this coming back to the board is only this one time.
Okay, so your amendment is about this year's report. Got you. And any other questions or comments from colleagues?
Yeah, and just to be clear, it does say that the work group would submit an annual report. Doesn't necessarily mean that it would be presented to the board at a public meeting. It's for the first kind of commencement of this group. We do want it to be presented to the board, so we understand what it is. But past that, I don't think it's it may or may not be necessary, depending on the board at that time, whether they want to see the report be presented to them versus it just being published.
Okay. There's a friendly amendment about the date of when the report come back. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Congratulations. All right. Number 18.7 is for any new business. Any new business, colleagues? Ms. Silvestri, do you have new business?
I don't, but since you called on me, I just wanted to, again, welcome our new board members to our first meeting. I didn't do it at the start, so I'll take the liberty to do that now.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Number 19 is for informations only. And number 20, I know this is the one you all have been waiting for. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Sorry.
All in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
You got us out exactly on time.
Congratulations.